Chapter 427. Very soon the cultivators from the top 3 schools returned. Apart from a group of wildly escaping demons, they did not find anything. All their faces darkened. The culprit actually escaped right before them. How did he manage to do it? Very soon the cultivators from the top 3 schools returned. Apart from a group of wildly escaping demons, they did not find anything. All their faces darkened. The culprit actually escaped right before them. How did he manage to do it? The mountain was still collapsing and many people ascended into the sky. The whole place was still in a chaos. Futian and his friends stood quietly at a corner, and he was not worried that he would be discovered. Before he decided to make his move, he had already planned everything. The third brother had heard his music before, and would definitely know that it was him after hearing the music. Indeed, Gudonglu had helped Futian to delay the most powerful cultivators for a short while, which was sufficient for him to carry out his plan. Everything was in entire chaos and all the demons had gone wild. Futian and the rest escaped from the mountain with the group of demons, after which he used a mirror spell to create an illusion that he was still trying to escape. Everything was done flawlessly and secretly. At that time the entire region was filled with demons and a demonic aura. Nobody would suspect him at all. His face was still exposed after wearing the silver cloak, but the ritual implement changed his appearance. In addition, the demonic bird was too conspicuous. Nobody would think that it was him and the black wind condor. The only being which might have felt something, namely the willpower of the evil dragon, had also been eliminated by him from the dragon grass. Next, Futian only had to behave normally. The cultivators from the top 3 schools stood in the air and their faces were all very gloomy. Many people were severely injured and were carried out of the mountain by others. The top 3 schools had sealed the evil dragon zone for a very long time to allow the dragon grass to mature. They were very determined to obtain it. At the moment the top 3 schools had sent such a powerful team, but the dragon grass was snatched by someone right before their eyes. How embarrassing that was. In the sky, the most powerful nobles glanced at the cultivators below them. At first, they thought that by intercepting Gudonglu and the evil dragon, the people inside the mountain could certainly get the dragon grass. However, the disciples of the top 3 schools had disappointed them. The disciples also felt somewhat embarrassed. Who is that? Tanzhong from Starry School asked the disciples below. A very strong beastmaster. He controlled all the demons and used musical spells to drive the demons wild and make them attack, Jiang Nan said. We were no match for him. Some people from Blazing Sun School were even killed on the spot. He is indeed very strong. His music contained an extremely powerful spiritual attack which could ignore any defense. Nobody could stop him, Wang Yuqing also said. They had all experienced it just now and nobody could be blamed. The mysterious person was too mighty. You know him, right? Tanzhong said coldly, looking at Gudonglu. The cultivators from the top 3 schools also looked at Gudonglu. If Gudonglu did not intercept them just now, the mysterious person would not have escaped successfully. Gudonglu glanced at Tanzhong emotionlessly and his body was still glittering in a brilliant radiance. Turning around, he was ready to leave. You want to leave just like this? Tanzhong shouted coldly. Stepping forward, he penetrated across space and walked towards Gudonglu. He extended his fist and clenched in the air. Immediately, the endless earth elemental spiritual qi in the sky raged and converged towards Gudonglu. The limitless spiritual qi turned into many meteorites which circled around Gudonglu. Star burial. The disciples of Starry School were all surprised. It seemed like Tanzhong was really angry. Tanzhong was an outstanding talent in the school and was extremely strong. He came here to contest for the dragon grass so that he would have a slight chance of breaking through his current level, in which case it would be more likely for him to enter the sage plane in the future. However, before the top 3 schools could begin the internal contest, the dragon grass was already taken away by an outsider. This was clearly unacceptable for Tanzhong, who was proud and powerful. Countless people looked at the scene in the sky. The faces of those from the top 3 schools were all very cold. Previously, Gudonglu attacked out of a sudden and blocked their path by cutting off the space, but that did not mean that they were weaker than him. At the moment, they were clearly already enraged by Gudonglu. Around Gudonglu, the star-like meteorites formed continuously. The region around him was filled with a suffocating gravity and pressure, as if it could make the sky collapse. The white-clothed figure inside seemed to be exceptionally small and lonely. "Barry," Tanzhong said coldly. Right away, the countless meteorites floating in the sky converged in an instant with Gu Donglio's body as the center. The scene was very frightening. Bang! 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 The meteorites were as quick as lightning and buried Gu Donglio's body directly. They seemed to have turned into a star which started to rotate rapidly. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a powerful spell. However, he was not worried. Although Tanzhong was a genius noble from Starry School, he knew very well about his third brother. Moreover, he did not think that the things Mr. Du had taught the third brother would be weaker than those in Starry School. After all, Mr. Du was brought away by someone sent by Donghuang the Great himself. Tanzhong's fist was still clenched and meteorites collided onto the star continuously. As the star rotated, it also started to contract. If Gu Donglu was not dead by now, he would be crushed into pieces. The rapidly spinning star released a bright radiance. However, suddenly, a crackling sound was heard and the star was penetrated. Immediately, many loud sounds spread as countless holes appeared on the sphere. The entire star was enveloped with an even more dazzling light, in which an illusory figure could be vaguely seen. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering bang, the starry sphere exploded. Gu Donglio's body was covered in an eye-catching divine light, as the 9 characters circled around him. Tanzhong frowned gently. Just then, a cultivator from each of Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School stepped forward. An extremely freezing aura was released from the cultivator from Bright Moon School. Immediately, the entire place was covered in frost, slowing the actions of everyone. As the vast space suddenly turned cold, many people below the noble plane shivered uncontrollably. Gu Donglu could feel his senses and movement become slower. In the other direction, a sun seemed to have appeared on the cultivator from Blazing Sun School. In the sky, the light from the sun poured onto the sun behind him, after which countless beams of light shot towards Gu Donglu, incinerating everything in their path. The freezing and blazing techniques were indeed destructive when combined. "Hand him over and we'll spare your life," the cultivator from Blazing Sun School said coldly. 3 cultivators from the top 3 schools were jointly attacking Gu Donglu. Gu Donglio's expression was calm as always. The 9 characters around his body rotated wildly, and the illusory figure behind him seemed to have turned divine and merged with his body. At this instant, Gu Donglu looked even brighter and more powerful. Many traces of sword will were born and span around his body, denying all spells. Gu Donglu suddenly moved forward. He turned into a bolt of lightning and passed through space itself. As he guarded against the attacks of the 3 cultivators, he quickly approached Tanzhong. Gu Donglu punched out his fist, which turned into a terrifying madra. He looked all-powerful as if he was the emperor of the world. It was one of the 9 seals, the Junlin Madra. In response, Tanzhong lifted his hand and punched out. A star seemed to be flying out. The attacks from the 2 collided and the entire sky trembled, giving out a rumbling sound. The 9 seals converged again and turned into a second Madra, the Dojan Madra, which was even more powerful. It then charged towards Tanzhong. Tanzhong's expression changed slightly. Giving out a loud roar, he continued to block. However, after the Dojan Madra, there were still the Pomi Madra, the Jingang Madra. Finally, when the Jingang Madra landed, the enormous palm print crushed everything. Followed by a loud bang, Tanzhong was sent flying out and collided fiercely onto the wall of the mountain. The expressions of the people from Starry School changed. Did Tanzhong actually just lose? Gu Donglu turned around and glanced at the other 2 cultivators. The 9 seals circled around him, after which they converged into many madras. He raised his hand and the madras flew out towards the 2 simultaneously. The faces of the 2 darkened and they cast various spells to block the attack. Gu Donglu ascended slowly into the sky. Scanning coldly at the cultivators from the top 3 schools who were trying to stop him, he said coldly, "Stop wasting your time. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." After he finished speaking, he turned into a white beam of light which flew into the distance. He was so fast that many people could not even follow him. The faces of the people from the top 3 school all turned gloomy. They stopped and stared at the slowly disappearing beam of light. Today the top 3 schools had lost all their faces. Bring that dragon back, someone said coldly. Then, a few cultivators went to deal with the dragon and successfully defeated it, after which the most powerful people from the top 3 schools left the place directly. They did not even pay attention to the disciples of the 3 schools as they were too embarrassed to stay. At the moment the dragon had been brought away, and the mountain had also collapsed, leaving everything in a mess. Looking at the scene, the disciples of the top 3 schools and the people in the distance all felt very emotional. It turned out that even the top 3 schools would fail sometimes. Who was the scholar in the white clothes? And who was the young man in the silver cloak? Perhaps they are the disciples of some mysterious place or person in the barren state, many disciples of the 3 schools thought. Many disciples had learned something from the journey. They had always thought that the top 3 schools would be able to easily obtain anything in such an isolated place, and it would only be an internal contest. However, 2 outsiders had appeared and they had grabbed the attention of everyone. Let's go. There are still many treasures in the dragon house, someone said. At once, many people walked towards the dragon house. On the other hand, Futian and his friends left quietly. Nobody paid attention to such an inconspicuous group. They advanced forward and walked into the beast forest. After a while, they stopped in front of a quiet stream. Third brother, are you here? Futian shouted. Yep, someone said. Then Gu Donglu landed before them. Looking at Futian, he asked, why did you come to the barren state so early? It's meaningless to stay in the eastern barren territory, so I came here to follow your footstep, Futian said, smiling. Then he took out the dragon grass and added, Third brother, can this help you to break through? It's not so easy to enter the sage plain. I can only say that it helps. Gu Donglu took over the grass, after which he divided it into 2 portions and said, all of you should have some yourself as well. It should be able to help you break through. Is it enough for you? We can break through later, Futian said. Since the third brother wanted the dragon grass, he would not be greedy. Gu Donglio's level was higher and so should clearly have the priority. Cottage disciples would not make distinctions among themselves. If half of it doesn't help, it would be the same even if you give me everything, Gu Donglu said. You should have it now before it attracts the attention of demons. All right. Futian nodded and accepted the item. Chapter 428. One day later, Futian and his friends returned to the mountain where the evil dragon had been at. At the moment, the entire mountain had already collapsed, but many people had yet to leave. One day later, Futian and his friends returned to the mountain where the evil dragon had been at. At the moment, the entire mountain had already collapsed, but many people had yet to leave. On a huge boulder somewhere on the mountain, Zhang Nan and Wang Yuqing were sitting down cross-legged with their eyes closed. Just before this, they had had a conflict with the disciples of Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School and many were injured. Of course, it was the same for the disciples of the other 2 schools. It seems like we have no more business here. Futian looked before him. The place in the dragon house where treasures had been piled up was completely empty now. Anyhow, it was within his expectation. The nobles had already left the day before, and the people who had remained were all Arcana Plain juniors. Futian and his friends had already eaten the dragon grass and successfully broke through their current levels. Apart from their sorcery, their martial arts levels increased as well. In addition, they managed to reach the peak of the 3rd level, that was, the peak of the lower Arcana Plane. Dragon grass was indeed a treasure that even top nobles would contest for. It had refined their bodies completely. Of course, the person who benefited the most was not Futian or Yusheng, but rather the black-winged condor. Dragon grass could increase the intelligence of its consumer, and that particular piece was nurtured by the evil dragon. At the moment, even the eyes of the black-winged condor became brighter. Futian exclaimed in his heart about how lucky the condor was to get such an outstanding master. As for the third brother, he had gone to search for a place for seclusion. In any case, even if Gu Donglu did not do that, Futian would also not leave together with him. The goal of Gu Donglu at the moment was to enter the sage plane, and his path was different from that of Futian and his friends. If they were to follow him, they would not experience enough toughening. Futian and Gu Donglu agreed that they would meet in the central region of the barren state in the future. Let's go, Yi Futian said softly. Where do we go now? Lulan Shui asked. Divine Sky City, Yi Futian replied, ready to leave. However, suddenly, Wang Yuqing, who was on the boulder in the distance, looked at him and asked, Yi Futian, where have you been to? Yi Futian turned around and looked at Wang Yuqing. Smiling, he said, You were here contesting for the treasures and we could not participate. Therefore, we went to the demon forest to do some training. Wang Yuqing did not suspect him at all. Standing up, she added, We are going to return to the Divine Sky City. You should come with us. Beside her, Jiang Nan looked at her and said softly, Why are you still bringing him along? Before they came here, Yi Futian said that he wanted to see the bigger world. Now he had seen it for himself, but the people from the top 3 schools were all disgraced. The dragon grass was taken by a mysterious person, and the disciples of the 3 schools were easily defeated by him. Jiang Nan clearly felt unhappy. Jiang Nan did not like Yi Futian in the first place. Yi Futian was too good-looking and his smile always caused Jiang Nan to feel uncomfortable. In addition, he saw the awkward side of the top 3 schools. Hence, Jiang Nan disliked Yi Futian even more. That day my grandfather asked me to take care of him. Senior, let's bring him to Divine Sky City, Wang Yuqing asked. That day in Wang family, the family leader had asked her to look after Yi Futian. All right then. Jiang Nan glanced coldly at Yi Futian. Although he was chasing Wang Yuqing, he could not interfere with her issues. In that case, they would just bring Yi Futian back. Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuqing, thinking about whether he should follow them. My grandfather asked me to take you to Divine Sky City. Let's go, Wang Yuqing said again. Hearing her words, Yi Futian nodded. Since it was an order from the leader of Wang family, he would follow them, which he did not mind. By having someone to lead him, it would also save him the trouble of asking for directions himself. In addition, these disciples from the top 3 schools all had traveling ritual implements with them. When they reached Divine Sky City, they would part. Yi Futian could clearly feel the distance between him and Wang Yuqing, but this was normal anyway. The disciples of the top 3 schools all had their own pride. Yi Futian walked up to Wang Yuqing when Jiang Nan took out a ritual implement. This ritual implement could be expanded and contracted, and when it expanded it turned into a fish-shaped flat object which also seemed to have 2 wings. It was a ship-like ritual implement. Could accommodate tens of people. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. A powerful wind elemental spiritual qi was spreading out from the ritual implement. Clearly, there were matrices carved in the implement, and it needed spirit stones to activate. Then he also thought about the treasures in the dragon house earlier. The Eastern Barren territory was indeed barren, as it only had basic offensive and defensive ritual implements. On the other hand, in the barren state there were different kinds of ritual implements. The difference between the skills of the armorers in the 2 regions was too huge. In the Eastern Barren territory, Yi Futian had never heard of any master armorer. However, on the map of the barren state, Yi Futian saw a capital called Alchemy City. Jiang Nan glanced coldly at Yi Futian, after which he said to everyone, Let's leave. Everyone stepped onto the ship, including Yi Futian. Jiang Nan really seemed to hate Yi Futian. The ritual implement ascended into the air, after which it shot towards a certain direction. The barren state was vast and boundless. Even the eastern region of the barren state was very extensive. Divine Sky City was the only capital city of the eastern region. It was certainly the center of the eastern region, but its position was not at the geographic center. Instead, it was closer to the Zhongzhou City region, which meant that it was closer to the central region of the barren state. Yunhua City and Divine Sky City both belonged to the eastern region, but the distance between them was still incredibly long. Even with the help of the ship ritual implement, the team still spent 1 month to reach Divine Sky City, demonstrating well how far the 2 places actually were. After all, they were on a noble level ritual implement. In the sky above Divine Sky City, a ship flew past swiftly. On the ritual implement, Yi Futian looked down at the extremely magnificent view of the capital, and was filled with excitement. The barren state, I'm coming. Junior, let's get going, Jiang Nan said. Yup, Wang Yuqing nodded. Then she said to Yi Futian, take care. Of course, Yi Futian nodded. Jiang Nan, Wang Yuqing, and their team walked towards the college when Yi Futian shouted again, wait. Wang Yuqing turned around and said to Yi Futian, "What is it?" She seemed to be somewhat impatient. Yi Futian walked up to her with a bag in his hand. He handed the bag to Wang Yuqing and said, "Travel fees." Wang Yuqing frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "This journey has been long and the ritual implement needs spirit stones to activate. I should give you this." "I don't like to owe other people anything," Yi Futian said, smiling. Wang Yuqing was somewhat unhappy. Since she had promised her grandfather that she would bring Yi Futian to Divine Sky City, she would naturally not ask for any payment. Yi Futian's action seemed to be disrespectful towards her. "Since he gave it, you should take it," Jiangnan said, smiling. Was Yi Futian trying to clear everything between them? Wang Yuqing gazed at Yi Futian, when he smiled and said, "The ritual implement is his. You can give the spirit stones to him if you want. Goodbye." After that, Yi Futian and his friends turned around and left. If they were really friends, Yi Futian would clearly not mind about this. However, he could feel the attitudes of Wang Yuqing and Jiangnan. It was as if they were helping him only because he was poor. This being the case, he decided not to owe them anything. He has his moral principles. Jiangnan smiled and said, "Maybe he still does not understand what the top 3 schools mean." Did Yi Futian not want to owe them anything? Yi Futian did not know that by doing so, he would never be able to be friends with the disciples of the top 3 schools. In the future, he would naturally understand it. Young people who just reached Divine Sky City were always very ardent. After a while, their passion would be extinguished by reality. However, it was none of Jiangnan's concerns anyway. After all, Yi Futian's life and his life would just be like 2 parallel lines in the future. They would never have any relations again. Chapter 429. The road outside Starry School was extremely broad and filled with an endless stream of people. The road outside Starry School was extremely broad and filled with an endless stream of people. As Yi Futian and his team walked on the street, they noticed a large group of people walking towards their direction. Within the group, 2 people looked particularly elegant and distinguished. The group walked towards Starry School and the passers-by started discussing it. After listening to their conversations, Yi Futian found out that the 2 were extremely popular geniuses in Starry School. The famous geniuses from the top 3 schools would naturally attract much attention. Where the group passed, the crowd all burst into excitement. Soon they passed right before Yi Futian. "They look so prestigious," Yi Futian muttered. So this was how the geniuses from the top 3 schools looked like. "Where are we heading?" Luolan Shui asked softly. "Ask around which is the best in nearby." "We will stay there first," Yi Futian replied. "The best one?" Luolan Shui repeated. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. He had obtained a gemstone ring from the dragon house in which there were many items. Therefore, he was not actually poor at the moment and clearly would not treat himself poorly. Of course, there were more important reasons, one being that cultivation would be more effective in a better environment. Apart from that, he could obtain more information in a good inn. All right, Luolan Shui nodded, after which she left to ask the people around. Soon she returned and said to Yi Futian, "The best inn nearby is called Celestial Pavilion. Its environment is splendid, but it is also extremely costly. We're not short of spirit stones. Let's go," Yi Futian said straightforwardly. Luolan Shui glanced at Yi Futian, who had already started walking. This guy, indeed, always keeps a low profile. We have just arrived in Divine Sky City, and he already wants to stay in the best inn. Let's see how long he can sustain in this way. As the best inn near Starry School, perhaps even the top 3 in Divine Sky City, the environment of Celestial Pavilion far exceeded Yi Futian's imagination. Yi Futian looked into the pavilion and only saw isolated courtyards built within lakes. The place was quiet and graceful, and also filled with dense spiritual qi which enveloped the sky above the entire pavilion. Clearly, it was filled with spiritual qi matrices. Moreover, Celestial Pavilion did not accept spirit stones. Instead, one had to pay ritual implements or treasures in order to stay inside. It was indeed the best inn nearby. However, Yi Futian eventually decided to stay in Pro-Celestial Inn, which was not far away from Celestial Pavilion. After all, cultivators should not only seek pleasure, and instead needed to experience some toughening. The name of Pro-Celestial Inn was indeed well given. At the moment, Yi Futian and his friends had already settled down in Pro-Celestial Inn, and were drinking and chatting in a pavilion. Beside them, there were many other pavilions. The environment here is also very good, Yi Futian remarked softly. Still quite a huge difference from Celestial Pavilion, Luolan Shui said. As cultivators, we cultivate our characters. Do not mind about superficial glory, Yi Futian said earnestly. Luolan Shui was stunned. Looking at Yi Futian's serious expression, she nodded and said, "All right." Noticing Luolan Shui's look, Yi Futian recalled the scornful look of the pretty lady when they went to Celestial Pavilion. He could feel his heart hurt and wondered if he would buy Celestial Pavilion in the future if he had the chance to. The place of the young city lord of White Cloud City on the barren sky ranking increased again. Now he has already entered the top 10, someone in a pavilion nearby suddenly said, pulling Yi Futian back into reality. His eyes sparkled as it was not the first time he had heard this name. Also, what was the barren sky ranking? According to the map of the barren state, White Cloud City was in the western region, which was separated from the eastern region by the central region and therefore extremely far away. Why would someone here talk about the young city lord of White Cloud City? I heard that as well. At the age of 20, he entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Now he has only cultivated for less than 50 years, and has already entered the Sage Plane. His talent is indeed astonishing. After a few more years, perhaps his ranking can move forward some more. Maybe he will even have the chance to challenge the first 3 places on the barren sky ranking, someone added. It was indeed shocking that the young city lord could enter the top 10 on the barren sky ranking at such a young age. Speaking of the young city lord of White Cloud City, I suddenly recalled another person. I heard that the lady of the Zhuge family, a top family in Zhongzhou City, was found. She has actually been roaming outside to escape from her family, and has become a disciple of someone else. At the moment, she has been taken back to her family. Rumors claim that the relationship between the Lord of White Cloud City and the leader of the Zhuge family has always been quite good. Perhaps the two families will ally through marriage, which will be another popular story in the future. Another person said. I heard that the lady of the Zhuge family is very beautiful and talented. I wonder if she would match the young city lord of White Cloud City. When Yi Futian heard that someone was talking about his second sister, he started paying attention. However, when he heard that the stranger was actually asking if his second sister could match another person, he frowned in dissatisfaction. In his opinion, the young city lord of White Cloud City could not match his second sister, who was so beautiful, kind, and good to him. Mister, may I ask what the barren sky ranking is? Yi Futian asked, looking at the person beside him. You don't even know what the barren sky ranking is? A strange expression appeared on the face of the person. Did you come from another place? Yes, I came to Divine Sky City to train myself. Yi Futian nodded. Oh, I see. The person smiled and continued. The barren sky ranking is an infamous and authoritative list in the barren state which ranks all the famous people here. It doesn't just rank them according to their levels. Instead, it considers their levels, talents, ages, and many other factors. Most people who can enter the ranking are all extremely famous. There are 100 people on the list. Even the last person there is also one of the most outstanding people in the barren state. In this case, I don't think the barren sky ranking is that authoritative after all, Yi Futian said emotionlessly. According to the person before him, the barren sky ranking includes all the brightest cultivators in the barren state. If it only depended on levels, sages would probably never be able to make it to the top 10. This was sufficient to show how excellent the talents of the young city lord were. The barren sky ranking has extremely strict requirements, and every time before it is updated, it will undergo rigorous reviews. Why are you doubting the authoritativeness of the list? The person said, smiling. The barren state is vast and boundless, and there must be many people hidden in seclusion. There will also be many people who keep low profiles and do not display their talents. Therefore, it is not authoritative enough, Yi Futian replied. You may be right, but this is relative in the first place. If people don't even know about you, how can you enter the ranking? The person said. The barren sky ranking is too far from us. Why don't we chat about the talents in Divine Sky City? Now the exams of the top 3 schools will be starting soon. I wonder how many geniuses will show up this time. A person in a pavilion nearby said. I know a person who will almost certainly become famous in the top 3 schools. Who is that? The young dragon on West Mountain, the person said with a sharp expression. At the beginning of this year, he entered Starry School to cultivate. It's about time for him to display himself. Many people nodded in agreement, thinking about how mighty the pure-blooded dragon on Western Mountain was during that time. Unfortunately, he had died. Now, his son would follow his footsteps. Moreover, apart from his father who had passed away, the young dragon still had an equally powerful uncle. Compared to the young dragon on Western Mountain, I'm more concerned about the eventual fate of the few ladies, someone said, smiling. You can stop dreaming about that. The group of people chatted casually, and Futian could not understand most of their conversation. In their chat, many people were mentioned, but Futian was still unfamiliar with Divine Sky City. Apart from the top 3 school, he almost knew nothing else. Luolan later will take a stroll outside and you will be in charge of collecting information, such as the top clans and families here, and the important places in Divine Sky City. Try your best to get them, Futian said to Luolan Shui. Unknowingly, he was already used to asking Luolan Shui to do these things. Luolan Shui had also been carrying them out quietly and outstandingly. As such, Futian never had to worry about these miscellaneous matters. Okay, Luolan Shui nodded. After the meal, Futian and his friends walked out of the inn and strolled casually on the streets. On the other hand, Luolan Shui was busy searching for information. Suddenly, they heard a dragon howl from the distance. Many people ran to the sides of the street. Futian turned around and only saw a mess in front of him. In that direction, an ice dragon was charging towards them. There were also many powerful cultivators beside and behind the dragon. Do all the people in Divine Sky City like to attract attention so much? Futian felt speechless. Beside the horn of the ice dragon was a girl who was about 13 or 14 years old was standing. She was using a whip in her hand to slap the dragon, causing it to howl continuously. This lowly actually has such a large team with her, Futian muttered, staring at the girl on the dragon. The ice dragon charged past Futian and his team when the girl glanced at Futian and said, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Shay. Futian was totally stunned. Looking at the girl who was standing akimbo, he laughed uncontrollably. A 13 or 14-year-old girl actually just asked him such a question. It was indeed unimaginable. How dare you laugh? Noticing that Futian was laughing, the girl forced the ice dragon to come to a stop. Pointing her whip at Futian, she said, "Someone come and bring him along." Air. Futian was dumbfounded. A cultivator beside the dragon said to the girl, "My lady, this isn't appropriate. Did you not hear me?" The girl said aggressively. The cultivators beside her all seemed to be in a difficult position. Then a person walked out and said to Futian, "Sir, could you please come with us? I didn't do anything, right?" Hearing his words, Futian frowned. Did it work this way? "I know, but my lady is in a bad mood. I'm really sorry and we promise that your safety will not be compromised," the person said. Futian was speechless. Although their attitude was not bad, the situation was. Looking at the group of people before him, Futian, "I don't think I can reject this, right?" "I'm sorry." The person in front gave a bitter smile and folded his hands, feeling helpless about the temper of the girl. The mother of the girl was not present and nobody could control her at all. The expressions of Yushang and Wuxian turned cold, but Futian turned around and said, "Just carry on with your stuff. I'll go with them." "Thank you for your cooperation." The person nodded at Futian, after which Futian joined the group. The girl smiled and glanced at Futian as if she was very satisfied. She waved the whip in her hand and the ice dragon continued forward. Chapter 430. The large group of people advanced towards a certain direction on the dragon. The large group of people advanced towards a certain direction on the dragon. Futian was somewhat unhappy. The girl in front was forcing her way on the road, causing the passers-by to give way, which was extremely overbearing. However, the passers-by seemed to have guessed her identity. They were not angry and only watched the scene. After all, it was usually difficult to see the girl. Nobody expected her to appear in the central region of Divine Sky City. "Sir, how do I address you?" a middle-aged man beside Futian suddenly asked. Futian, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for this, the person apologized. The lady was punished by her mother and is therefore in a bad mood. I hope that you will not blame her. Later perhaps she will offend you again. Take this as a compensation. The person took out a ritual implement which was in the form of a shirt. Then, the middle-aged man deliberately activated the implement, causing it to release a faint radiance. Yi Futian felt its powers. It was actually a noble-level defense ritual implement. This caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. It was really odious to compare with others. Yi Futian was unwilling to stay in an expensive inn, and was even despised by the lady in the inn. On the other hand, the middle-aged man just took out a noble-level ritual implement casually. Senior, what kind of person do you think I am? Yi Futian said emotionlessly, but he had already taken over the ritual implement. Then, he added in a serious tone, however, because she is young and immature, I will not blame her for this. Noticing that Yi Futian had accepted the ritual implement, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Thank you for that. If the lady is rude in the future, please forgive her. I will compensate you again. Yi Futian rolled his eyes and said, As long as she does not cross the line. At the moment he was thinking that he would tolerate it even if she crossed the line. He was poor after all, and it was actually a profitable trade. Although the lady is somewhat capricious, she usually will not cross the line, the person said to Yi Futian, smiling. With their status they did not have to be like this. However, there were rules in the family. If the girl behaved lawlessly outside and offended many people, they would still be punished. Therefore, he had to handle everything for the girl. Moreover, if the girl kept behaving recklessly, one day it would bring a disaster to the whole family, so he should take care of such issues quickly. In the future, it would be better for the madam to restrict the lady more. After all, she was about to become a young adult and should not throw tantrum when in a bad mood. Divine Sky City West Court was an extremely famous place in the city. At the moment, Yi Futian and the others arrived at this place and entered West Court directly. In West Court, the scenery was beautiful and elegant with many well-arranged buildings and courtyards. In addition, there was a small hill with one side of it flattened. There was a waterfall coming down from it and also pavilions on top of the hill. The whole place looked like a fairyland. If Yi Futian did not see it for himself, he would not have believed that it was a manor in a city. It looked like the scene on a mountain. Yi Futian and the rest walked to the foot of the waterfall and looked up at the hill, where there was an elder sitting down cross-legged. There was a teapot before him, and he was drinking the tea at the moment. Not far away from him there was also a guqin. It was clear that he was a person of refined interests. Grandfather Feng, the girl shouted at the elder. At the moment the elder had already stood up. Smiling he said, Hey, you're here. You haven't been here for quite a while. Well, I am now. Grandfather Feng, how have you been? The girl said in a gentle tone. The overbearing attitude she had outside was completely gone. I'm fine. Come up here, the elder said. The girl nodded gently and rode the ice dragon up the waterfall, after which she walked up to the elder. You've grown for quite a bit. That time when you came here you were still a child. In the blink of an eye, you're almost a big girl, the elder said with a kindly look. I heard that you are unhappy with your mother's arrangement? Grandfather Feng, I do not mean that. I only do not want to leave home to cultivate, the girl said in a pitiful tone. You'll experience it sooner or later. You're going to go back anyway. How far can it be when it is also in Divine Sky City? Furthermore, West Court is also your home, so stop thinking about it. You should not waste your talents, the elder said. Fine, the girl nodded. Go. You have been here a few times. Go and choose a place yourself. If you have any problems, come and find me, the elder added. The girl nodded gently and left the hill. Glancing emotionlessly at Yi Futian, she said, Follow closely. Yi Futian widened his eyes at the girl, but thinking of the ritual implement, he did not say anything. A great man would not argue with children. West Court was extremely large. The girl picked a courtyard where the scenery was fantastic, while the people who accompanied her would stay in the courtyards just beside. Yi Futian felt somewhat speechless. He felt totally insignificant at this place. Just then the girl seemed to have noticed him. A quirky expression appeared on her still immature face as her eyes sparkled. Realizing that the girl was staring at him, A strange expression appeared on Futian's face. Why did the girl order her men to bring him here? How did I offend you? Futian asked, looking at the girl. Raising her head, the girl looked at Futian and said, "Why did you laugh just now? Is there a problem with that?" Futian said, looking at the girl. "Do you not laugh? I don't care. If I say there is a problem, then there is one," the girl replied capriciously. Futian wanted to curse but stopped when he saw the middle-aged man beside the girl signaling at him with his eyes. Futian stared at the middle-aged man as if he was reminding the man not to forget about the compensation. "Do you know how to play guqin?" the girl asked. "Yup, a bit," Futian nodded. "That's nice. You can become my musical attendant. Life wouldn't be that boring in the future." The girl smiled mischievously, while Futian only had a strange look on his face. Musical attendant? Very long ago he had heard this word. Someone in Kangyi wanted him to become a musical attendant. However, it was a girl this time. Moreover, it was a rich girl. Just now, the elder had said that West Court was her home. West Court was just as nice as Celestial Pavilion. The girl looked at the people who had followed her and said, "All right, you all should go back and report. I'll focus on cultivation." "We were asked to take care of your safety," the middle-aged man said, bowing. "What can happen to me in West Court? I don't need you here." The girl waved her hand as if she wanted to chase the people away. The group still did not move. "Fine, help me to prepare the guqin. Then you can go and rest." The girl seemed to know that she would not succeed, so she only asked for something less. A maidservant came and put the guqin in the courtyard, while the middle-aged man folded his hands and brought the people away, leaving only two ladies to take care of the girl. Of course, Futian and the dragon were also left behind. The ice dragon was coiled up and resting, appearing to be somewhat lazy. The girl sat down before the guqin, after which she started playing alone. The music spread and was actually quite skilled. However, it seemed to be somewhat messy, clearly demonstrating that the girl was not focused. The girl also knew that she was playing the piece poorly. Annoyed, she stroked fiercely across the strings with her fingers, after which she stood up. Throwing down the guqin, she returned to her room. A strange expression appeared on Futian's face. He walked up and touched the guqin lightly. The sound from the guqin was extremely clear, and the reverberation was still audible. It was certainly a very rare guqin. "How long do I need to stay here?" Futian asked the maidservant beside him. Although he had received something, he would not stay here forever. The girl had a weird character and Futian did not have time to keep following her. "It's going to be the end of the year soon. At the start of next year, the lady will enter Starry School to cultivate. Hence, the latest you will have to stay is until the start of next year," the maidservant replied. Futian nodded gently. Without him realizing it, another year was about to pass. "There's a small courtyard there. I apologize for this." The maidservant pointed in a direction. Futian nodded, after which he went to the small courtyard to practice his boxing and cultivate. At night, the bright moonlight poured down and illuminated West Court. Futian was still practicing his boxing skills in the courtyard. Even though he had been brought here in a ridiculous way, he must not fall behind in terms of cultivation. Suddenly, he heard some music that was very different from the disorganized one in the music. The music now was very penetrating and influential. It could actually cause its listeners to feel somewhat sad, as if they could feel the grief in the musician's heart. Futian stopped practicing and an even stranger expression appeared on his face. Music was a display of one's mental state. Was it really the girl who was playing the music? He did not really believe that. Then Futian walked to the other courtyard. When he saw a young girl sitting down quietly under the moonlight. She looked pure and flawless and was playing the guqin under the moon. The music changed continuously. It sometimes sounded joyful, as if she was filled with happiness, and sometimes sad, making it seem unpredictable. Does she have a story at such a young age? Futian thought, looking at the girl. The music continued and became increasingly arousing. Unknowingly, Futian had already approached the girl and stood there, listening quietly to the music. The music became more and more sorrowful. In the end, it made its listeners feel as if they were heartbroken. Under the moonlight, tears filled the face of the girl. She actually started crying without realizing it. Finally, the music stopped, but the artistic conception still remained for a long while. Futian still seemed to be immersed in the reverberation. After a while he said, "You are so young. What do you know about grief? Why are you playing such a sorrowful piece? Why would I not understand it? Do you?" The girl widened her eyes at Futian. Of course, Futian replied. "Have you ever experienced separating from the person closest to you?" The girl asked. Yup, Futian replied emotionlessly. He had experienced parting several times. "From what I heard just now, both of your parents should still be alive, right?" Futian asked in doubt. "Yes," the girl said slowly. "Once there was a hero. He was friendly and kind. At home he always had a smile on his face. Outside he was very famous and everyone knew him. He was the most popular person in the eastern region of the barren state. When I was young he always liked to hug me and tell me that I do not need to work hard and can do whatever I like, as long as I am happy every day. With him present, I can live a glory life and nobody would bully me." Futian stared at the girl. Just like what he had expected, the girl had a rich background. Later he died. The girl sounded very low-spirited. After she said this, she started crying again. Chapter 431. Futian was momentarily stunned. Looking at the tear marks on the girl's face, he did not know what to say. Futian was momentarily stunned. Looking at the tear marks on the girl's face, he did not know what to say. It was indeed a sad story. The girl must have been very happy to be loved by such an adult. However, he eventually died. This was the world of cultivation. No matter how powerful one was, one might still die. My life also changed after that. My parents became extremely strict towards me, and no longer plays with me. Every day they would ask me to cultivate and want me to enter the top 3 schools. Why do I have to go to those rubbish places? The girl complained. Futian was speechless. The top 3 schools were the holy lands of the eastern region. Yet they were actually referred to as rubbish places by the girl. Raising her head to look at the crescent in the sky, the girl said softly, "Uncle, I miss you." Futian realized that the person whom the girl had called a hero was her uncle. She had a senior who loved and petted her so much and yet he died. It was no wonder she was so sad. Futian did not speak and only sat there quietly to give her time to calm down. After a while, the girl suddenly turned her head. Staring at Futian, she said, "Why did I just tell you these? Since you already know my story, shouldn't you tell me what grief you have experienced? You are much more fortunate than me. My parents went missing mysteriously, so is my godfather, and I do not even know where I am from. There was this old guy who was not bad to me, but he was also taken away by someone. My senior sister who loved me was also brought back by her family. My girlfriend also parted with me. Do you think my life is miserable?" Futian said slowly. Hearing his words, the girl was stunned and said, "I think so." "Then why can you still laugh? Life still goes on and we have to face it optimistically. Furthermore, shouldn't we work hard to make up for these regrets?" Futian replied, feeling somewhat weird. Am I actually enlightening the girl? Was I not brought here by force? That was quite shameless. Forget it. She looks so pitiful, so I shall just console her for now. Why am I always so kind? Sounds reasonable, the girl nodded. Then she seemed to have realized something and said in a low tone, "But my uncle will never return. Therefore you should become the person whom he hoped you will. You should grow up happily," Futian said. "I didn't expect you to know how to console someone." The girl stared at Futian with an alerted look and said, "Is it because I am too pretty?" Shay. Futian closed his eyes and put his hand on his forehead. Do girls now all become mature so early? She was so young and yet thinking so much. "Girl, are you in a serious lack of love?" Futian said, looking at the girl. "You're the one who lacks love." The girl stared angrily at Futian. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before?" Futian said in contempt. Shay. The girl pointed her finger at Futian. She had never seen such a shameless person. Then she calmed down again. Smiling, she asked, "Uncle, what's your name?" "Uncle." Futian jumped up from the ground. "Uncle? Am I that old?" This was turning unbearable. Calm down. I lose if I am serious, Yi Futian thought. Yi Futian sat down again and smiling, he replied, Uncle's name is Yi Futian. My name is Long Linger. Uncle, how did someone as shameless as you manage to find a girlfriend? The girl asked, smiling. She really doubted if Yi Futian's girlfriend left him because of this reason. My appearance. Yi Futian grinned brightly. You won. Long Linger felt that she had totally lost. Then she walked to the guqin and the sorrowful music spread again. Stop! Yi Futian shouted. At once the music came to a halt. Then the girl stared at Yi Futian. If she was to continue playing, she would probably spend the whole night crying again. Music was something that could very easily trigger one's emotion. If the girl played the piece again, she would definitely cry. How about I play a piece of music for you? Yi Futian offered. It seemed like the only person who could save the sad girl at the moment was the kind him. Can you even play? Long Linger doubted. Of course. I'm much better at this than you, Yi Futian said in a serious tone. What was that look of the girl? Then you come and play. The girl left the guqin and still stared at Yi Futian in suspicion. Yi Futian walked up to the guqin when his temperament suddenly turned sacred and peaceful. The moonlight poured onto his handsome face. He held the guqin with his hands and used the tip of his fingers to stroke on the strings. Immediately, an extremely tranquil music spread from his fingers. The music was clear and peaceful. Under the moon, it brought all its listeners into a quiet and placid environment, as if they were sitting down alone under the moonlight, after which they slowly lied down. Showering in the bright moonlight, everyone felt pacified and free from worries. Purification of the Night Moon was the first piece of music that Yi Futian had learned. However, music would be upgraded according to the level of its player. At the moment, this simple piece was played by Yi Futian. Although it did not require much skill, its artistic conception was displayed flawlessly. For any piece of music, the artistic conception was more important than the techniques used. The girl sat beside Yi Futian and raised her head to look at the moon. Her eyes were filled with peace and she felt more and more relieved. Then she slowly closed her eyes and actually fell asleep sitting down. Yi Futian turned around to glance at the girl. Under the moon, the girl was sleeping serenely, just like what a little girl would do. Behind them, a maidservant walked up and brought the girl away gently, while the music continued. Yi Futian only stopped playing after the maidservant walked out from the room. Thank you, the maidservant said to Yi Futian. Don't mind it, Yi Futian said politely. Even after these few years, the lady is still troubled by the event that year. Very often, she will cry in her sleep and she gets angry easily. I'm sorry for the trouble this has caused you, the maidservant added. She had been taking care of the girl for many years. No problem. I'll go and rest now, Yi Futian said, after which he turned around and left. The anger he had in the morning was completely gone now. She was but a pitiful young girl, so he should not be too serious. However, Yi Futian suddenly felt that something was wrong and looked at the luxurious West Court before him. Sigh. I am more pitiful. The next morning Yi Futian was woken up by a loud noise. Walking out of the room, Yi Futian saw Long Linger standing akimbo outside the door. She was staring angrily at him like a porcelain doll. Yi Futian realized that when she was angry she looked quite cute. What's up? Yi Futian asked lazily. Did you play a lullaby yesterday? Long Linger widened her eyes at Yi Futian. She actually fell asleep. It's just a soothing piece of music, Yi Futian said speechlessly. Why was it a lullaby? It's the same. Why did you make me fall asleep? The girl was unhappy. You were tired and therefore fell asleep. What does it have to do with me? Why is she even unhappy about this? Yi Futian thought. You. The girl pointed her finger at Yi Futian. Then she stomped her foot on the ground and turned around. Follow me. Where are we going? Yi Futian asked. As my musical attendant. Clearly you are following me to learn guqin together, Long Linger said. Yi Futian actually did not know what to reply and only started to follow her. Did he actually have to learn guqin with her? Forget it. I am just doing a kind deed. The two went before the waterfall seen on the previous day, after which they rode the ice dragon up the hill. The environment of the place was indeed elegant. The elder whose surname was Feng was already waiting here. Noticing the arrival of Long Linger, he gave a kindly smile. "Grandfather Feng, I'm here to learn Guqin," Long Linger said softly. "Sure," the elder nodded. Then, he looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Who is he?" "He is Yi Futian, my musical attendant," Long Linger replied. The elder did not say anything else. After all, the music that he was about to teach Long Linger could not be learned by ordinary people, so it really did not matter. "I believe you already have the basics. Your parents should have taught you many things as well." "I'll teach you music directly," the elder said. "Okay." Long Linger nodded gently. The elder walked to the Guqin. The Guqin was in the shape of a dragon and seemed to be made from dead wood. It was extremely aged and looked somewhat magnificent. He then started playing the Guqin slowly. When the music spread, Yi Futian actually felt that the music was not part of the mortal world. Instead, it was meant for dragons. Air. At this instant, Yi Futian was astonished. When the girl asked him to come here and learn music together, he thought that her teacher would only be displaying his skills in front of an expert. However, when he heard the music from the elder, he finally understood how supercilious he was. At the moment, he felt an invisible current flowing in the sky, as if many pure-blooded dragons were dancing and speaking. Running the freedom meditation naturally, the invisible forms before Yi Futian became clear at once. A shocking picture appeared before him. He actually saw many real dragons coiled up in the sky. The ice dragon beside Long Linger also moved restlessly and ascended into the sky and towards the elder. Suddenly, a low dragon howl was heard from the back of the hill. Then Yi Futian saw an even larger dragon appear. It was a purple dragon whose body was huger than any dragon he had seen before. The purple dragon also went behind the elder and coiled up. Yi Futian could feel that the music was like a special kind of language. It could summon illusory dragons and also real dragons and communicate with them spiritually. It was more than just a language. It felt as if they were the same species. Girl. A dragon whisperer is born able to communicate with dragons. You need to use your heart to listen and feel. When you play the Guqin, your spiritual energy will turn into your language and resonate with heaven, earth, and dragons. An excellent dragon whisperer could turn music and dragons into a single body, the elder said slowly in a solemn tone. Only when you can do that, you can be called a real dragon master. Dragon master. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. It was a sacred and powerful class and was even more honorable than Dragon Knight. The elder before him was clearly a powerful dragon master. In addition, the girl who liked to play was actually also a young dragon master who came here to learn. Chapter 432. To become a dragon master required a unique talent, and that was to be a dragon whisperer. Yi Futian stood at the side, quietly listening. He realized that the melody being played was like a dragon's whisper, and it resonated with the dragon's spiritual energy. To become a dragon master required a unique talent, and that was to be a dragon whisperer. Yi Futian stood at the side, quietly listening. He realized that the melody being played was like a dragon's whisper, and it resonated with the dragon's spiritual energy. As the elderly person continued to play, the giant purple dragon started to dance and move forward in tune with the music. It could also cast spells from its mouth, as though the spells were cast together by the dragon and the elderly person. Yi Futian thought to himself, if a dragon tamer could resonate with dragons and make use of the dragon's body to cast powerful spells, coupled with the demonic dragon's biologically strong build, it would be like the person and dragon combined into one entity. This would definitely be much stronger than a dragon knight and a dragon joining forces. After the elderly person's performance, Long Linger started to practice. Although she could play the entire piece without any problem, her attainment and level were evidently too low, causing her to be unable to resonate with the giant ice dragon. At her current level, the best she could do was to establish a connection. However, she was still young. Yi Futian had not even started cultivating at her age, and the difference from birth made a vast difference to the starting point for cultivators. Although this little girl was a little pitiful, she was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and naturally had the talent of a dragon master. If she wanted to learn, she could easily find a strong dragon master to teach her. It was no wonder that she dared to call the top 3 schools rundown places. How could an ordinary person compare with her? The elderly person patiently taught her, while she diligently tried to learn. Even though she claimed that she did not like cultivating, it looked like she put in a lot of effort into it. Futian silently waited at the back, sitting on a rock and diminishing his existence. In reality, every time the elderly person played, he would be attentively watching and listening. Without them noticing it, a few hours had gone by. Longlinger finally stood up and said, "Grandpa Feng, I'll come by again tomorrow to consult you." "All right. Little girl, you have a good amount of talent, you just need a little bit more patience. Go back and practice more," the elderly man replied while smiling. "Okay." Longlinger nodded her head. Following which she turned to Futian and said, "Let's go." Both of them then climbed onto the giant ice dragon to leave. On the demonic dragon's back, Longlinger looked at Futian proudly and asked, "How was it? Wasn't it an eye-opener for you? Did you manage to understand the Guqin piece?" "It was fine, it's pretty simple to understand," Futian replied nonchalantly. Longlinger's gaze fixed on him and she looked at Futian astounded. She then replied in a small voice, "You're unbelievable." Futian shrugged. He was often misunderstood anyways. In the next few days, Futian accompanied Longlinger in her studies. The little girl was improving bit by bit, and it became natural for them to argue constantly. One day while Longlinger was in the yard, a crisp voice was heard. Longlinger's palm struck the edge of the Guqin, and she dispiritedly said, "I don't want to learn anymore." "Why not learning because you're lacking in talent?" Futian retorted lazily from the side. Something he enjoyed recently was to rub her misfortunes in her face. "You're saying it as if you can learn it," Longlinger quipped disdainfully. "I can." Futian nodded while smiling. "I trust you." Longlinger smiled cynically, her tone full of sarcasm. "What is that expression for?" Futian thought to himself. In his dismay he asked her, "What if I can do it?" Longlinger looked at him and asked, "What do you want then?" "I want to stay at the Celestial Pavilion for a year. You pay for it." Futian was still bitter about that incident to date. He looked at the little girl and wondered if his request was too much for her. To be fair, 1 year's stay was an astronomical sum. "No problem," the little girl agreed readily. She even looked at Futian with some contempt. What low standards he had. Looking at the little girl's expression, Futian knew that he had asked for too little. He tried to change his condition and said, "I made a mistake. You're not allowed to go back on your word. Are you sure you can do it?" The little girl looked at Futian and questioned. Futian glared at her. She dared to question if he could do it? How could she? "Get your dragon cooperate with me." Futian stepped up and Longlinger looked at him with suspicion. He was actually going to do it? She stood up and passed her Guqin to Futian, turning to the giant ice dragon and instructing it, "Listen to him." The giant ice dragon nodded and its big eyes stared at Futian. Futian gracefully took a seat in front of the Guqin. His fingers moved along the strings, and a crisp melody started playing, as though a dragon's roar was echoing throughout the heavens. In an instant, Longlinger started to tremble, and her vision focused on Futian. This was, as the melody continued, it was like a demonic dragon's dance, causing a storm to emerge. The chi flow around Futian formed the shape of a dragon, and at the same time, a peculiar spiritual energy assimilated into the music and rushed into the giant ice dragon's brain. At that moment, the curled-up body of the giant ice dragon started to gradually straighten, and its giant head lowered to look at Futian. An image appeared in its brain, of a person playing the Guqin. There was a mysterious spiritual will communicating with it, trying to establish a connection. From the spiritual will in the Guqin melody, it could feel a sense of danger. As a demon king, it had considerable intelligence, so it naturally understood that Futian was a beastmaster and could control demonic beasts. However, Futian's intention was not to control it. The melody was friendly and only wanted to establish a link with it. "Senior Dragon, can you cooperate for a bit?" Futian lifted his head and smiled at the giant ice dragon, his smile full of goodwill. The giant ice dragon nodded and released its spiritual will. In an instant, Futian's Guqin melody was absorbed into its spiritual will. At that moment, its giant eyes and brain were filled with Futian's figure. It spiraled upwards and Long Linger raised her head, stunned at what she was witnessing. Following which, Yi Futian's hands vibrated vigorously on the guqin. Roar! An astonishing dragon roar sounded out, and even the air trembled forcefully. The house tremored and Long Linger covered her ears with her hands, sitting back on the ground, her brain vigorously pulsating. The dragon roar was actually the Tsongshan dragon chant, emitted through the mouth of a dragon. Yi Futian withdrew his spiritual will, and the melody gradually stopped. Long Linger sat there, staring blankly at Yi Futian. "How did you do it?" "'Cause I'm not stupid like you," Yi Futian replied, smiling. The little girl's eyeballs rolled in their sockets, and she walked towards Yi Futian and started cradling his arm. Yi Futian saw her smiling gently and involuntarily stepped back. He looked at her cautiously and questioned, "What are you doing?" For things to deviate from the norm, there must be a reason. The little girl stepped forward, hugging Yi Futian's arm and gently shaking it. She tenderly said, "Big brother Futian, can you teach me how you learned it?" The atmosphere changed too quickly. The willful little princess suddenly changed into a gentle and adorable girl. This is a little hard. How could Yi Futian cave so easily? "Big brother Futian, just take pity on me, please." Long Linger's tears welled up in her eyes. "Life is but an illusion," Yi Futian thought to himself, then said, "Trying to trick me?" The little girl's tears suddenly disappeared. She let go of Yi Futian's hand and clenched her teeth, saying, "Didn't you want to stay in the Celestial Pavilion? If you can teach me, I'll buy the Celestial Pavilion as a gift for you." Yi Futian went silent for a few seconds, following which he looked at the little girl and said, "Do you think I'm this kind of person?" The little girl stared at him and wanted to open her mouth again, but Yi Futian folded before her and said, "Deal." Yi Futian had a bright grin on his face now. He was already intending on teaching her, but hearing that he could get the Celestial Pavilion for it, Yi Futian was looking forward to seeing the look on the Celestial Pavilion staff member's face. She had dared to look down on him. "When can you start teaching me?" The little girl looked at Yi Futian grudgingly. This shameless fellow. "Now of course," Yi Futian replied. His road to riches depended on the little girl now, thinking of the cost of staying at the Celestial Pavilion for one day. If the Celestial Pavilion was his, Yi Futian was already starting to imagine his wonderful life ahead. "Start off by playing the piece 10 times. Yi Futian instructed. Long Linger's mouth hung wide open. She looked at Yi Futian then glared even harder. "You're not lying to me, are you? Are you going to learn?" Yi Futian replied. The little girl's fundamentals were weak. If she wanted to bypass that to learn harder guqin pieces, her level would not be able to keep up. What she needed was to beef up her fundamentals. Moreover, the elderly person had already taught her very well. He was just lacking a little bit. There were some crucial things that the freedom meditation could see that the elderly person could not. That was why he had the ability to teach Long Linger. "I'll trust you just this once." The little girl looked at Yi Futian and replied, starting to play the guqin piece. After 10 attempts, Yi Futian started to correct her mistakes, asking her to try to contact the dragon and attempt to resonate through her guqin melody. At the same time, he started his freedom meditation and channeled his spiritual will into her melody as well. The first time was a failure. "You're too nervous and taking it to heart. Your spiritual will is being messed up. Try again," Yi Futian said. Long Linger continued trying. "The musical notes are jumbled up. Try again. Your intent has to be one with your heart. Let go of all distracting thoughts and let yourself be free. Imagine yourself as the dragon, not it as you. Try again." Yi Futian corrected her time and again, and the little girl started to get into the rhythm. "This guy seems to be really good," the little girl thought to herself. The failures continued. In the evening, a dragon's roar sounded yet again in the yard. What followed was a shrill scream. The little girl jumped off the seat and onto Yi Futian. He hugged her and heard the little girl say, "Big brother Futian, I really did it." "Yup." Yi Futian saw her innocent smile and was happy for her. No wonder she was so nervous, looking at how excited she was after learning it. "I'll definitely become a strong dragon master," Long Linger exclaimed loudly. "Definitely. But shouldn't you be getting off now?" Yi Futian replied. The little girl blinked her eyes and got off Yi Futian. I'm such a huge beauty, it's advantageous to you, she replied, not minding it at all. What are you thinking about? Yi Futian rubbed her head forcefully, messing up her hair. The little girl turned back and stared at him viciously, then smiled sweetly and said, Big brother Futian, why don't you continue to accompany me and cultivate in the future? I'll buy a few more celestial pavilions for you. Such a handsome person like me accompanying you? You must be dreaming. Yi Futian knocked on her forehead and said. The little girl's expression looked upset. It was really too cute. Then can you celebrate the new year with me this year? My parents said that they won't be accompanying me this year. The little girl asked again. Yi Futian looked at the little girl's expression, then nodded his head and replied, Okay. Thank you, big brother Futian. The little girl's way of addressing him suddenly became a lot closer, as though it was natural to her. Chapter 433. It was already dark and Long Linger had fallen asleep peacefully under Yi Futian's Guqin melody. As the music stopped, Yi Futian stood up, bid goodbye to the two maids and left. After he had left, the two maidservants looked at each other and one of them said, The young lady's mood has been better these past few days. It was already dark and Long Linger had fallen asleep peacefully under Yi Futian's Guqin melody. As the music stopped, Yi Futian stood up, bid goodbye to the two maids and left. After he had left, the two maidservants looked at each other and one of them said, The young lady's mood has been better these past few days. Indeed. Even though the young lady argues with him every day, she seems to be enjoying the process. Ever since that incident a few years ago, there hasn't been anyone playing with the young lady like this. The old master and mistress have become strict, the young lady's temper has become worse, and there haven't been any other members of the clan that have been as daring in front of the young lady. They're either jealous or afraid. Even though the young master dotes on the young lady, but his character. The other maid shook her head lightly. They had watched Long Linger grow up and they knew that ever since the previous clan leader had died, many things had changed, and they had not seen the young lady act like that for a long time. But that fellow sure is daring to mess around with the young lady like that. Doesn't he know the young lady's identity? The first maid replied, smiling. Moreover, his looks and talent appeared to be very outstanding. Yi Futian did not know that the two maids were discussing him. Even though he did not know the little girl's identity, he could guess. A teenage girl who dared to easily say that she would buy the celestial pavilion. How could she come from a simple background? However, he did not treat things like background and identity too seriously. He knew that the little girl was seriously lacking love, which was why he decided to play along with her for a few days. However, many other things were crystal clear to him. For example, when he arrived at the building he was staying in, an elderly figure appeared in front of him. Yi Futian was not surprised. He walked forward and bowed, saying, Yi Futian greets senior. You're also a dragon master? The incoming person asked. It was the elderly person that had been teaching Long Linger the Guqin. No, I'm not. Yi Futian did not hide the fact that he had been teaching Long Linger, and he never had any intention of doing so. After all, he had been secretly learning from the elderly person as well. He might as well come clean. If it was discovered by someone else later, it would cause them to loathe him instead. It just so happened that he had the ability to teach the little girl. How then are you able to learn my Guqin piece? The elderly person asked curiously. Anyone who was not a dragon master did not have the unique talent, and by all standards meant that they were not able to learn it. Even if they were well versed in the Guqin melody, they weren't able to communicate with demonic dragons. I'm a musical sorcerer at the same time. I'm also a beast master. That's why I'm able to imitate the ability of a dragon master, but not truly own it. I didn't mean to learn from you secretly. I hope senior can forgive me. Yi Futian said. The ability he had revealed was slightly different from dragon masters. He had controlled the demonic dragon by establishing a connection with it, while dragon masters took a more direct approach by resonance. I understand. The elderly person nodded his head, and in a flash, he had already vanished. So fast, Yi Futian thought to himself, but he did not dwell too much on it. At the elderly person's level, he would not do anything to Yi Futian over such a small matter. Moreover, Yi Futian had graciously admitted it. When the elderly person went back to the waterfall mountain that he had left from, the guards that were following Long Linger previously were already waiting here. When they saw the elderly person, they bowed and addressed him, "Senior." "How is it?" the elderly person asked. "There shouldn't be a problem. Their meeting this time was a coincidence. His comrades are all from foreign lands," replied the guard. "Okay, originally it shouldn't be a problem, but because this involves little Linger, we ought to be more careful. Since there isn't anything wrong, everything will revert to normal. We don't need to interfere, and little Linger seems to like him quite a bit. It's good to have someone to accompany Linger in her cultivation." The elderly person waved his hand and said, "You can go now." "Understood." The guard nodded. "Should we find a way for him to enter the Starry School to accompany the young lady to cultivate? We can discuss this in the future. We still don't know how he feels about it yet. Maybe his original intention of coming to the Divine Sky City is the top 3 school as well. To learn the Guqin piece in only a few days, his potential is definitely not a problem. Also, this incident should only reach the ears of the madam. There's no need to let too many people know about it," the elderly person replied. "Understood. I'll take my leave then." The guards bowed and left. The next day after Long Linger had woke up, she called Yi Futian to go together to the waterfall mountain to cultivate and learn the Guqin. Like always, the elderly person was waiting there to teach Long Linger. There was nothing different from usual. Yi Futian understood that it was the elderly person's acknowledgement of him being there. Therefore, even though Yi Futian's supposed identity was a musical attendant, he was, in actuality, learning the Dragon Master Guqin melody. After they had finished learning, he would teach Long Linger. In the following days, the happiest person was naturally Long Linger, having 2 people teaching her at the same time, Grandpa Feng being the main teacher, and Yi Futian correcting the details and mistakes. This caused her to learn very quickly. The days in the West Court were peaceful and simple. Long Linger's attitude towards Yi Futian had changed a lot for the better, but the 2 of them still argued occasionally. Outside, a sensational event happened in the vicinity of the Starry School. One of the 3 famous inns of the Divine Sky City, the Celestial Pavilion, was changing owners. It had been bought by someone and the handover was taking place. As a top-quality inn in the Divine Sky City, the Celestial Pavilion had strong backing and the person behind it did not lack financial wealth. Those who stayed or drank at the Celestial Pavilion were of a certain stature. All this had a special meaning. Yet under such a strong backing, the Celestial Pavilion was bought over by someone else. This naturally caused quite an uproar. Not long after, there was news that the ones who had bought the pavilion were that clan from the West Mountain. Majority of the people became less shocked upon hearing it. Since it was that clan, it was but a small issue for them to buy over the Celestial Pavilion. Many people were still curious, what did that clan buy over the pavilion for? There were rumors that at the start of next year, that person would be entering the Starry School to cultivate. Could it be that it was bought for her to live in? However, near the Starry School, there was the West Court, which was also the private property of that clan. An extremely powerful person already lived there, so what was the point of buying the Celestial Pavilion? Many people could not understand why, but after much debate, the masses just gave up guessing. They just lamented that the people in power were just that willful. Why would they need a reason to do so? Even if they racked their brains, they could probably never guess that buying the Celestial Pavilion was just tomfoolery between the little girl and a scheming fellow. The origin of it was because that fellow had been looked down upon by a pretty lady working at the pavilion and had been bearing a grudge. Apart from the Celestial Pavilion, the Starry School's end-of-year examinations also raised quite the ruckus, especially so within the Starry School. This was one of the biggest events organized by the school every year. Back at the West Court, Long Linger had learned yet another Guqin piece and looked extremely exhilarated. She smiled at Yi Futian and asked, "Big brother Futian, aren't I great?" So. "The main reason is that you have 2 good teachers," Yi Futian replied lazily. Can't you give me some encouragement?" Long Linger glared savagely at Yi Futian. "Wouldn't your ego skyrocket then?" Yi Futian stared back at the little girl with disdain in his eyes. Long Linger crossed her arms on her hips, following which she took out a badge from her pocket. She pouted and passed it to Yi Futian. "For you." Yi Futian took the badge in his hand and saw the words Celestial Pavilion inscribed on it. Although he had guessed that it would not be hard for Long Linger, he did not expect that it would be this simple. When the two of them were fooling around, Long Linger had said that as long as he taught her, she would buy the Celestial Pavilion as a gift for him. In just a few days she had really bought it. Yi Futian sighed in his heart. She was really rich beyond human reasoning. Faced with such a person, Yi Futian really wanted to say, if there's such a good thing in the future, remember to look for me. Shay. The little girl looked at Yi Futian, blinking her eyes. After being stunned for a few seconds, she opened her mouth and asked, "Nothing to say?" "Good girl." Yi Futian rubbed the little girl's head. The little girl's face darkened. She questioned him angrily, "Shouldn't you at least pretend to be modest and reject my offer? Keep it after failing to persuade me, then praise me? Little kids shouldn't think that much." Yi Futian patted her lightly on the back of her head. "I can't believe that you're this kind of person." Long Linger was close to crying. "Oops, looks like you found out," Yi Futian replied shamelessly. "Boo-hoo." Long Linger turned around and walked to her two maids and said, "I want to go out and play." Yi Futian was dumbfounded. He thought that the little girl had felt hurt, but he had underestimated her. "Young lady, we can't decide this," the maid replied. "Uncle Yang." The little girl shouted loudly, and soon the middle-aged man appeared, saying, "Did the young miss look for me?" "I want to go out," Long Linger declared seriously. "Young miss, the madam has already said that cultivating is your priority in this West Court until you enter the Starry School," Yang Xing explained patiently. "I've already been learning so fast. Today I want to thank Big Brother Futian. Can't I go to the Celestial Pavilion to celebrate? Moreover, I promised to give the Celestial Pavilion to Big Brother Futian, so I should naturally go and take a look." Long Linger justified for herself, and Yi Futian unknowingly became a scapegoat. Yang Xing was in a dilemma. Long Linger ran to Yi Futian's side, cradled his arm and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Yang, with Big Brother Futian around, I definitely won't create trouble." Yi Futian had a headache. This was one burden he could not get rid of. Yang Xing looked at Yi Futian, nodded his head gently and said, "All right then. Thank you, Uncle Yang." The little girl smiled radiantly. She had finally gotten her way. At the Celestial Pavilion, it had been exceedingly busy the past 2 days for 2 reasons. The first was because the Celestial Pavilion had been bought by that clan from the West Mountain and was changing owners. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. The second was the upcoming Starry School end-of-year examinations. Many disciples who had done well in the examinations would come here to celebrate. At this moment, there were many Starry School disciples outside the Celestial Pavilion. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were also among them. Wang Yuqing raised her head and looked at the flashy main door of the pavilion, feeling mixed emotions in her heart. Although she was a core disciple of the 4 clans of Yunhua City and could be considered as wealthy, but to her, coming to the Celestial Pavilion was still something that could be deemed as a luxury. Be it accommodation or dining in the pavilion, they were all paid in ritual implements, not spirit stones. To come to the pavilion was a symbol of one's status. Wang Yuqing had never been here. To her, such extravagance was not a must. Even if she met some important people in the pavilion, the difference in their status meant that they would not have much interaction. Today, however, because of Jiang Nan's outstanding results in the end-of-year examinations, they were here to celebrate. "Let's go. I'll bring you to experience the atmosphere of the Celestial Pavilion," Jiang Nan smiled while saying. He walked forward and continued, "I hear that the Celestial Pavilion has since changed owners, and has been bought by that clan from the West Mountain. Many people are here to join in the fun today. I wonder if we'll get the chance to meet some famous people." Chapter 434. Among the many courtyards in Celestial Pavilion, there was an extremely clear pool. From each of the independent courtyards, there was a long path leading to the central area of the pool, where the guests in Celestial Pavilion could enjoy delicious meals. It was called the Fairy Pool. Of course, outsiders could also come to the Fairy Pool to have a meal, but it would be very costly. Nevertheless, there were still many people drinking and chatting at the Fairy Pool at the moment. The large Divine Sky City clearly had many rich people. Among the many courtyards in Celestial Pavilion, there was an extremely clear pool. From each of the independent courtyards, There was a long path leading to the central area of the pool, where the guests in Celestial Pavilion could enjoy delicious meals. It was called the fairy pool. Of course, outsiders could also come to the fairy pool to have a meal, but it would be very costly. Nevertheless, there were still many people drinking and chatting at the fairy pool at the moment. The large divine sky city clearly had many rich people. Today, Jiangnan was also generous for once and invited several of his college mates to the fairy pool to enjoy themselves. This environment, I feel like I am having a meal in a fairyland, a person complimented. He looked at a platform at the center of the fairy pool where a group of ladies was dancing gracefully. Their white clothes and long dresses swung elegantly in the air. In the middle of the group, there was a flawless lady whose face was covered in fine gauze. As she played the guqin, the melodious music spread out, relaxing many. With such an environment, it was no wonder that Celestial Pavilion would charge so much to have a meal here. Senior, we have to thank you for having the chance to experience the environment in Celestial Pavilion. Another person smiled. A complacent expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. Looking at Wang Yuqing, he smiled and asked, Yuqing, what do you think about this place? His main purpose today was to treat Wang Yuqing. It's indeed gorgeous, Wang Yuqing nodded. Even the ladies who were playing the guqin and dancing were extremely charming. Beside the fairy pool, there were also several arched bridges which held a few independent attics in the air, producing a beautiful sight. The banquet at the fairy pool is all made up of expensive delicacies. The wines and dishes here are all mixed with dragon grass and can benefit cultivation greatly. It's not just the environment here that is outstanding. Ordinary people may not even have the chance to come here once in their whole life, Jiangnan said, smiling. He looked at the independent attics on the arched bridges and added, the people who can eat in those attics are definitely those with noble status. They can see us from there, but we cannot see what is happening in the attics. Okay, Wang Yuqing nodded gently, wondering what kind of people would be in the attics. She then looked in the other directions. There were many people in the fairy pool, but the place was really huge and spacious. Every table would occupy a lot of space and they would not be affected by the people from the other tables at all. The people who were present all had an outstanding temperament. Suddenly, a wave of noise erupted in the quiet environment. Many people looked in that direction and saw a large group of people walking in from the path in the distance. The person at the front of the group was actually a girl who was about 13 or 14 years old. Clearly, her position was extraordinary. She's the dragon girl from West Mountain. She's actually here. Could it really be that Celestial Pavilion was bought to give her? Someone asked. West Mountain Girl Dragon? Jiangnan, Wang Yuqing, and their friends all looked in that direction. Noticing the grandeur of the girl, they sighed in their hearts. They had heard that the girl dragon would also enter Starry School to cultivate in the following year. By that time she could be considered as their juniors. However, in Divine Sky City such a relationship was too common and not special at all. Wang Yuqing and her friends knew that the little princess from West Mountain Dragon Clan was someone in a completely different world from them. Wang Yuqing was from one of the 4 major clans in Yunhua City. However, her background was really insignificant in front West Mountain Dragon Clan, just like the difference between an elephant and an ant. The dragon girl was someone whom she could not seek connections with even if she wanted to. I think that's the management team of Celestial Pavilion. Why is the dragon girl gathering all of them? Someone asked softly. They suddenly had a weird thought. Could it be that buying Celestial Pavilion was not the suggestion of the Dragon Clan, but the capricious decision of the Dragon Girl? I actually heard some rumors. When Dragon Clan bought Celestial Pavilion, there were no orders given from West Mountain itself. Instead, the order was given directly from West Court. Causing this to happen, someone said, smiling. A strange expression appeared on the face of everyone. Many people knew that the Dragon Girl was cultivating in West Court at the moment. If the order was given from West Court, it was really very probable that she was the one who had decided to buy Celestial Pavilion. After the Dragon Girl and the group of people left the place and walked into the deeper parts of Celestial Pavilion, someone asked, why is she buying Celestial Pavilion? I heard that she wanted to give it to someone as a gift. The person just now replied, smiling. A gift? The expressions on everyone's faces turned even stranger. It was really extravagant to give Celestial Pavilion as a gift. However, the dragon girl was only 13 to 14 years old. Why was she giving Celestial Pavilion to someone? Many people could not understand why. Jiang Nan, who was sitting there, smiled and said, "The world of the dragon girl is something that we do not understand, and can never understand." "You're right there," someone said. Then, everyone returned to enjoying their food. Why should they care about so many things? At the moment, Yi Futian was waiting outside Celestial Pavilion instead of following Long Linger inside. In the distance there was a long tweet. The black-winged condor, with 3 people on its back, descended from the sky and landed before Yi Futian. It was exactly Yu Shang, Yi Wuqian, and Lu Lanxue. The black-winged condor and Yi Futian were connected through their minds. Before Yi Futian reached, he already ordered the black-winged condor to bring his friends here. "Didn't you decide not to stay here?" Lu Lanxue asked Yi Futian. That day, after Yi Futian saw the price, he decided to leave himself. "Now we are going to," Yi Futian said, smiling. "Let's go." The 3 looked at Yi Futian with a strange expression. Then Lu Lanxue took a step forward and said, "That day after you were brought away, I asked around and found out that the group of people was from West Mountain Dragon Clan. The girl is the young princess of the Dragon Clan, which is a top clan in Divine Sky City." West Mountain Dragon Clan. Yi Futian seemed to have heard of this name before. The group walked into Celestial Pavilion, where one of Long Linger maidservants was waiting for him. Noticing Yi Futian's arrival, she shouted, "Mr. Yi." Then she turned around and said to a lady beside her, "Lead the way." The lady was about 20 years old and looked pure and cute. Her name was Shen Yu and she worked in Celestial Pavilion. When Shen Yu saw Yi Futian, she managed to recognize him and his friends at once. After all, they had left a deep impression in her mind the last time. A few days ago, Yi Futian and his friends came to Celestial Pavilion and said that they were going to stay here. However, after she told them the price, Yi Futian said that cultivators had to endure suffering and should not enjoy themselves too much, after which he turned around and left. Immediately, she could not help but burst into laughter. However, at the moment Yi Futian was looking at her with a faint smile, just like how she looked at him on that day. Because of this, she did not really dare to look at Yi Futian directly. After all, the maidservant had come with the people from the Dragon Clan just now, who was also the owner of Celestial Pavilion at the moment. "All right," she nodded gently, not daring to look into Yi Futian's eyes. Then she turned around and led the way. Shen Yu walked at the front and her heart raced in anxiety. Without her realizing it, Yi Futian walked up to her. Smiling, he asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Shen Yu." Shen Yu lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Futian. "I'm Yi Futian." "Okay." Shen Yu nodded gently. "Do you feel very hot? Why is your face red?" Yi Futian asked, smiling. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Shen Yu's face turned even redder as she explained softly, "Maybe I do feel very hot." The maidservant beside them looked at them with a strange expression. What were they talking about? Lu Lanxue and Yu Shang both looked at Yi Futian in contempt. What a bad taste. Clearly, he was deliberately teasing Shen Yu. The group walked along the long path and Shen Yu kept her head down throughout the way. That event that happened that day made her feel really awkward at the moment. She was also guessing the relationship between Yi Futian and West Mountain Dragon Clan. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Yi Futian." Yi Futian stopped and looked along the path when he saw a few familiar faces at the banquet at the fairy pool. It was Wang Yuqing and Jiang Nan. "Why are you here?" Wang Yuqing asked. She knew clearly what kind of place Celestial Pavilion was. Yi Futian actually appeared before her at the moment. Apart from Wang Yuqing, a strange expression also appeared on the faces of Jiang Nan and his college mates. "I plan to stay here for a few days," Yi Futian replied. "A few days?" Wang Yuqing's face darkened at once. Even with her level and status, she had never dared to enter Celestial Pavilion. On the other hand, Yi Futian was going to stay here for a few days. "Are you mad? Do you know how much it costs to stay here for a day?" Wang Yuqing said, staring at Yi Futian. "I brought you to Divine Sky City for you to cultivate, not to seek pleasure. If you become addicted to it, how can you become stronger?" Jiang Nan also seemed to be interested in what was happening. This idiot actually came to Celestial Pavilion to stay. Is this called enjoying while you can? He was indeed an interesting guy. My grandfather asked me to take care of you, but your character is actually so poor. Wang Yuqing was somewhat angry as Yi Futian was wasting his resources in Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 435. When Yi Futian heard Wang Yuqing's words, he could feel his head hurt. Back in Wang family, Wang Yuqing thought that he was going to join the top 3 schools and had always been viewing him as a junior. As a disciple of the top 3 schools, Wang Yuqing had an invisible form of arrogance around her. When she talked to him, her tone was also very commanding. When Yi Futian heard Wang Yuqing's words, he could feel his head hurt. Back in Wang family, Wang Yuqing thought that he was going to join the top 3 schools and had always been viewing him as a junior. As a disciple of the top 3 schools, Wang Yuqing had an invisible form of arrogance around her. When she talked to him, her tone was also very commanding. At the moment when she saw him in Celestial Pavilion, she still had such an attitude. This caused him to be somewhat speechless. Beside him, Long Linger maidservant asked, "Who is she?" She was somewhat puzzled. She had seen Yi Futian's behavior in West Court. He was no weaker than Long Linger and had brought her under complete control. Long Linger had been affectionately calling him Brother Futian since then. Now he was actually verbally attacked by a young lady. Moreover, the lady seemed to be somewhat arrogant, as if it was only natural that she scolded him. "A friend of mine," Yi Futian said, giving a bitter smile. "Who's your friend?" Wang Yuqing said coldly. "If my grandfather didn't ask me to take care of you, I wouldn't have even brought you to Divine Sky City. However, my grandfather was actually wrong about you. What a pity that he actually had great hope for you. Everyone has their own lives. If he wants to degrade himself, it's his business. Yuqing, why do you have to be angry?" Jiang Nan, who was beside her, said, smiling. Many people who were eating in the fairy pool looked in this direction and seemed to be interested in what was going on. Yi Futian felt even more speechless. He gave her some spirit stones when they arrived at Divine Sky City precisely because he did not want her to think that she had helped him. He did not want to owe her anything. However, Yi Futian was still mindful about the relationship with Wang family. After all, the leader of Wang family had been really good to him, and so he did not want the relationship between Wang Yuqing and him to become too bad. "Since we're not friends, please stop talking about my business." After Yi Futian said that, he walked away. Seeing Yi Futian's attitude, Wang Yuqing's face turned even colder. Then she added, "What an ungrateful person. Yuqing, I already said that you're not even from the same world. You don't have to talk to him. There is no need to be angry with such a person," Jiang Nan consoled. "That's right. We came here to celebrate. Don't let this ruin your mood," another person beside them said. "Yeah, but when I think about how my grandfather was so hopeful for him, I still feel angry," Wang Yuqing said. "At first I hoped that he would at least put in some effort. The year is going to end soon and he still has the chance to enter the top 3 schools next year. If he can really enter, I don't mind taking care of him. But now, forget it. What does it have to do with me?" Then she shook her head. "Come and try this dish. It's made from flame Ganoderma and can benefit people who have fire elemental talents." Jiang Nan smiled and helped Wang Yuqing to fill her bowl. It was good that Wang Yuqing could see for herself what kind of person Yi Futian was. Jiang Nan disliked Yi Futian all along. He was but a frog in the well which was slightly good-looking. In the other direction, Yi Futian and the group had already stepped into the villa area. Xin Yu, who had had her head lowered, also raised her head and looked curiously at Yi Futian. She wondered what kind of person Yi Futian was exactly. When she saw him for the first time, he could not afford to stay in Celestial Pavilion but still wanted to keep up his appearances. When she saw him for the second time, he was accompanied by a maidservant of the Princess of Dragon Clan. Clearly, he was a person under Long Linger. However, not long ago he was humiliated ridiculously as if he was only an insignificant person who had a bad history. Was he actually someone who had managed to seek connections with the powerful? "If you keep staring at me like this, I will misunderstand your intention." Yi Futian looked at Xin Yu grinning. Xin Yu was stunned, after which she blushed and turned her eyes away from him. This guy is really thick-skinned, she thought. But he's indeed good-looking. The group came to a particular courtyard, which was the best one in Celestial Pavilion. Many people were already here. Long Linger was lecturing the other people in the courtyard. Realizing that Yi Futian had arrived, she smiled brightly and ran to Yi Futian. "Brother Futian, why are you so slow? It's so boring." Then she held Yi Futian's arm. Immediately, countless people stared at Yi Futian. The people who had taken over Celestial Pavilion were all from the Dragon Clan. Seeing that Long Linger was actually so close to the young man before them, they were petrified at once. Since when was the little devil so easy to deal with? Shun Yu looked at Yi Futian with astonishment written all over her face. She knew clearly who the little girl was. Even the previous owner of Celestial Pavilion could only lower his head before her and greet her politely. The dragon girl from the Dragon Clan was, without any exaggeration, one of the most powerful young girls in Divine Sky City. She was the only child of her parents in the Dragon Clan, and also the favorite person of the talented previous leader of the Dragon Clan. The relationship between the dragon girl and Yi Futian was actually so good. Just before this, Yi Futian was actually humiliated by a lady. "Stop." Yi Futian widened his eyes at Long Linger. "Is she trying to kill me? It's alright to mess around in West Court, but here." Mr. Yi Yongxing, who was in front, shouted. Then he said to the rest, "In the future when you work in Celestial Pavilion, you'll all listen to Mr. Ye's orders. He's the new owner of Celestial Pavilion." Many people were somewhat shocked. When they heard that Long Linger bought Celestial Pavilion to give to someone as a gift, they were already very surprised. They did not expect the person to actually be so young. Shin Yu was bewildered once again. The person who could not even afford to stay in Celestial Pavilion the last time had become the new owner of the place. "Why are you not greeting the owner?" Long Linger pointed her finger at the crowd. Immediately, everyone bowed and shouted, "Greetings, Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi, if you have anything to tell them, please do," Yongxing said. Yi Futian turned around and said to Lulan Shui, "Lulan, come here." Lulan Shui walked up, also feeling somewhat surprised. Yi Futian was brought away by force, and in addition to staying safe, he actually managed to form such a good relationship. In the future, she'll be in charge of Celestial Pavilion. "Just listen to her orders," Yi Futian said. "Yes, Mr. Yi," everyone nodded. "Shin Yu," Yi Futian shouted. Shin Yu was stunned and she raised her head to look at Yi Futian. Why was Yi Futian calling her? Smiling, Yi Futian looked at her and said, "Shin Yu, you have been working in Celestial Pavilion in the past. In the future, you'll help Lulan to manage the things here." Hearing Yi Futian's words, Shin Yu was totally puzzled. She blinked her eyes, not really understanding what was going on. She had only been a receptionist in Celestial Pavilion. At the moment, Yi Futian was asking her to manage Celestial Pavilion. Was he joking? Noticing that Shen Yu was staring blankly at him, Yi Futian smiled and said, "What? Are you not willing to?" "Of course I'm willing." Shen Yu shook her head and asked anxiously, "Are you being serious?" She stared firmly at Yi Futian as if she was scared that he was only joking. "Do I look like the kind of person who lies?" Yi Futian replied, smiling. "You're not lying to me?" Shen Yu's eyes turned red immediately and she seemed to be very excited. She was worried that Yi Futian was teasing her deliberately because of the event that had happened last time. "If you're not willing to, forget it," Yi Futian said with a serious expression. "I'm willing to," Shen Yu quickly said. Only then Yi Futian smiled. Shen Yu's heart pounded fiercely and she could not remain calm. She had been working here and naturally knew what kind of place Celestial Pavilion was. If she could manage Celestial Pavilion, she'll certainly become successful in her career. But she still felt that the whole chain of events was very dramatic. Yi Futian decided to choose her because he needed a person who was familiar with Celestial Pavilion to help Lulan Shui. Although Shin Yu had mocked at him before, she did not have any malicious intentions. Instead, she was quite innocent. It was clearly better for Yi Futian to choose someone who was pure and simple. Of course, the main reason was that Shin Yu looked quite pretty when she smiled. "Uncle Yang." Another thing, Yi Futian said. Looking at Yongxing, "Can you ask them to keep this a secret?" As a person who always kept a low profile, Yi Futian did not like to attract too much attention. "All right," Yongxing nodded, after which he told everyone about it. Then he asked the rest to leave. leaving only Shun Yu at the place. Lulan, have you finished what I told you to do? Yi Futian asked. Yes, Lulan Shui nodded. If you need any cultivation resources, just go and get the best, Yi Futian said, smiling. It felt really good to become rich over one night. What was their goal of coming to Divine Sky City? It was to cultivate and become stronger. Since they had the resources of Celestial Pavilion at the moment, they would clearly invest them into cultivation. I understand, Lulan Shui nodded. She's your. Long Linger extended her neck and looked at Lulan Shui. Maidservant, Lulan answered. There had already been a few misunderstandings in the past. Wow, Brother Futian, you're awesome. Long Linger looked at Yi Futian in admiration. Even his maidservant looks so charming. Let's go and eat together. Yi Futian noticed the strange look from Long Linger and was somewhat speechless. The girl was only so young. What was she thinking about? All right. Long Linger giggled, after which she grabbed Yi Futian's arm and pulled him outside. Yi Futian turned around and said, Settle your meal yourselves. Yang Xing and the people beside Long Linger all followed her, leaving behind Yushang and Yi Wuchen, who could only watch them leave. That's amazing. Yushang's face was also filled with admiration. It seemed like there were no females whom Yi Futian could not deal with. Yi Wuchen, who seldom spoke, also muttered, It's a talent. Yushang nodded seriously. It was indeed a talent. Long Linger and Yi Futian walked out of the courtyard. Still holding Yi Futian's arm, Long Linger said, Brother Futian, do you want to consider joining Starry School with me? I'll buy the other two inns which are as famous as Celestial Pavilion for you. If I go there, how do I cultivate? Yi Futian widened his eyes at Long Linger. I'll bring you with me, Long Linger said. Bring me. Yi Futian was speechless. Then he moved Long Linger hand away and said, You're the princess of Dragon Clan, and I'm your musical attendant. Mind your image outside. I don't care about that, Long Linger said, indifferent. The fact that you don't care doesn't mean that other people don't as well. Moreover, if the people in your family find out that you have given Celestial Pavilion to me, they'll definitely not ignore it, Yi Futian said. But you have taught me many things, Long Linger said naively. That's much more important than Celestial Pavilion. Other people will not think in this way. Yi Futian rubbed Long Linger's head and added, Listen to me. I got it. With her hand, Long Linger made a funny face at Yi Futian. Chapter 436. A group of figures walked through the covered bridge by the ferry pool. Everyone in the ferry looked over. The group walked down the bridge towards the independent building ahead. Regular people couldn't go in. Enjoying a meal in the Celestial Pavilion was already luxurious. Entering the pavilion in the ferry pool was something else. But the people didn't find it strange anymore when they saw the group. It was the little princess of the Dragon Clan. A group of figures walked through the covered bridge by the ferry pool. Everyone in the ferry looked over. The group walked down the bridge towards the independent building ahead. Regular people couldn't go in. Enjoying a meal in the Celestial Pavilion was already luxurious. Entering the pavilion in the ferry pool was something else. But the people didn't find it strange anymore when they saw the group. It was the little princess of the Dragon Clan. Long Linger was around 13 or 14 years old. She was still young, but from her features it was clear she was already pretty. After a few more years, the Divine Sky City would have another skilled and rich beauty. Everyone had heard of the West Mountain Dragon Girl's talent. She was a dragon whisperer and had a dragon master's talent. When she was a child, her family had captured a young dragon for her to become familiar with them. Some people were born to be envied. If the most powerful of the West Mountain hadn't died, Long Linger's life would probably be even more amazing. After all, when he had been alive, there were few who could fight him in the entire Eastern Barren state. His loss was a disaster to the Dragon Clan and had taken years for them to recover from. Everyone gazed at the people around Long Linger and saw Yi Futian. They were confused. Wasn't he the one who had been insulted earlier? And the woman who had been with Yi Futian was beside Long Linger now. Was she a servant? This made many people curious. They looked to Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing. Right now those two were stunned, gaping at Yi Futian. What was happening? When did Yi Futian get with the West Mountain's Dragon Clan? They knew Yi Futian and obviously knew he couldn't be from the Dragon Clan. Yi Futian didn't look at them. They entered the pavilion directly. Jiang Nan tapped the table rhythmically and chuckled. No wonder he can live in the celestial pavilion. He's joined the Dragon Clan. What do you mean? Wang Yuqing asked. The princess of the Dragon Clan is young, and she will soon join the Starry School. It's normal for the family to find people to study with her. I'm sure your friend is smart and took this chance. Don't you find this scene familiar? Jiang Nan laughed softly. Are you talking about the Wang family? Wang Yuqing asked, understanding Jiang Nan. What do you think? Jiang Nan laughed. I've underestimated him. He truly is skilled in this aspect. He could get with your family in the Yunhua city and win your grandfather and sister's favor. Now it's the same in the Divine Sky City. He went straight to the Dragon Clan. I'm impressed. It's not easy to join the Dragon Clan though. How did he do it? Someone beside him whispered. The Dragon Clan was in the building. It was a bit far away, but they still didn't dare to gossip loudly. There are high and low ways. I wouldn't know the specifics. Jiang Nan laughed meaningfully. So when he said that he'll stay a few days here, he was purposely showing off to you. The West Mountain Dragon Clan. Wang Yuqing mumbled. She still found it strange. They may be one of the top families in the Divine Sky City, but he's only a study attendant. There's no need to worry. He may be good at this, but he doesn't know that he's already fallen. A truly strong cultivator wouldn't willingly be someone else's servant, Jiang Nan said. Any disciple of the top 3 schools is better than that. Yes. Wang Yuqing nodded. She didn't want to discuss Yi Futian anymore. She'd thought that they would have nothing to do with each other anymore, but she didn't expect to see him with the Dragon Clan. It shocked her. Yi Futian didn't know or care about Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing's thoughts. To him, those two were only passersby in his life. After entering the pavilion, he realized it contained many hidden magic arrays. Standing before the mirror-like floor-to-ceiling window, he could see the outside, but the outside couldn't see in. Not only that, but the noise outside had softened too. They wouldn't be disturbed. It was quiet. Brother Futian, the food here is good. They're all made with spiritual herbs. If you feast here every day, it will help with your cultivation, Long Linger said. But I still want Brother Futian to be with me. With that, she gazed pitifully at Yi Futian again. There aren't any outsiders here. Stop acting. Yi Futian could see through her acts. The girl glared at her and then sadly shook Yi Futian's arm. I'm serious. Yi Futian just found it strange for the little girl to whine. He knocked gently against her head. Where did you learn all these tricks? How did you find a girlfriend? You don't know how to take care of girls at all, the girl said with disdain, letting go of Yi Futian. Miss, you can fool around before us, but please don't do that before outsiders or your family. You'll hurt Mr. Yi. Beside them, Yang Xing was in cold sweat. This girl was too strange. I know. I'm not stupid. Long Linger glared at Yang Xing. Okay, good. Yang Xing nodded. This place is no fun. Long Linger looked sad, but then her eyes lit up. Oh, Brother Futian, I heard that the Starry School has a bunch of pretty girls. Not interested. Yi Futian wouldn't get tricked. I'm not lying. The famous beauties of Divine Sky City are there too, Long Linger kept saying. I have a girlfriend, Yi Futian replied. Liar, the girl muttered. I heard that Linger is here. I wonder how old she is now. Can I see her? A voice said from the outside. He seemed to purposely send his voice here. The sound was softened but was still clear. Everyone looked toward the window and saw a few people standing before the building. The leader wore an extremely glamorous robe. It dazzled with gold light. The clothing seemed to be made with a rock's feathers. It was both elegant and sharp. The youth's temperament was also shocking. He was around 20 years old. Other than black, his hair also shimmered with gold. His features were defined and he was extremely handsome. He looked extraordinary. Right now, everyone in the fairy pool was attracted by him. They were shocked that he'd come to the celestial pavilion that the Dragon Clan had bought. Jin Yunxiao. Seeing him here, Wang Yuqing and Jiang Nan's expressions changed. They looked up to him. Jin Yunxiao was a pride of the Starry School. He performed well in the final exam and entered the Starry rank. Other than that, his background was also powerful. He was from the Jin clan. The Jin clan Nine Cloud Palace was a powerful family in the Divine Sky City, like the West Mountain Dragon clan. They were also rivals. Countless years ago, when that legendary man from the Dragon clan had been alive, they'd repressed the Jin clan. After he died, the tides were turning. Now, the disciples of the Jin clan weren't as obedient before the Dragon clan. The other people beside Jin Yunxiao were also talents from the Starry School. It's Yuan He and Mu Jiangxue, Wang Yuqing called when she saw the other two. They were all people she looked up. They were younger than her, but their statuses were completely different. But even Yuan He and Mu Jiangxue had to stand behind Jin Yunxiao. Senior brother Jin, senior brother Yuan, senior sister Mu, Jiang Nan stood up and greeted. He was older than them, but he'd entered later, so he had to call them seniors. Many powerful people joined the top 3 schools in their childhood. For example, how old was Long Linger? But she would join the Starry School next year. Jin Yunxiao glanced over and then looked away to the pavilion. Mu Jiangxue's expression was cold. Yuan He nodded slightly when he saw Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, he said, you did well in the exam. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Nan looked proud that Yuan He actually replied. Jiang Nan was a genius, but he didn't stand out in the Starry School. Yuan He and Mu Jiangxue were the true prides. It was a feat to get a praise from them. I've interacted with senior brother Yuan, Jiang Nan whispered. You can say we know each other. Wang Yuqing nodded. Interacting with them was something to be proud of in itself. At that time, inside the pavilion, Long Linger's pretty eyes filled with disgust when she saw Jin Yunxiao. I don't like him. She clearly knew Jin Yunxiao. Their families were both top families of the city. They obviously had interacted before. Who is he? Yi Futian asked. He's from the Jin clan. They're presumptuous. Look at his clothes. So unfashionable. Long Linger pouted. They even turned their home into the Nine Cloud Palace. It's the most luxurious place in the city. They love to show off. When I was young, they wanted an arranged marriage with me, but my uncle told them to scram. I've only heard of that before though. I don't know the details. Of course it's real, Yang Xing said. When you were born, the Jin clan came to congratulate your parents. They wanted an arranged marriage, but the family leader told them that they were a group of failures and told them to get out. He forced them out and the Jin clan didn't even dare to fight back. Thinking back to the previous family leader's glorious history, he felt honored. At that time the family leader had still been alive. But sadly the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Chapter 437. After Yi Futian had heard these past events, he gained a newfound respect for that senior from the Dragon clan. He would definitely have been unequaled among his peers, but it was a pity that he died young. Yi Futian felt it was a pity he was unable to meet him. No wonder that little girl was still wallowing in the sadness of her uncle's death after so many years. He could imagine what kind of person he was, kind and friendly to his family, yet dominant to outsiders. This was a person deserving of respect. After Yi Futian had heard these past events, he gained a newfound respect for that senior from the Dragon clan. He would definitely have been unequaled among his peers, but it was a pity that he died young. Yi Futian felt it was a pity he was unable to meet him. No wonder that little girl was still wallowing in the sadness of her uncle's death after so many years. He could imagine what kind of person he was, kind and friendly to his family, yet dominant to outsiders. This was a person deserving of respect. Tell him that I don't want to see him. Long Linger told Yang Xing understood. Yang Xing nodded and walked out of the pavilion, speaking to Jin Yunxiao across the air. The young missus is busy and has no intention of meeting you. Jin Yunxiao did not get angry. Instead, his thin lips curved upwards into a smile, giving people a scathing feeling. I heard little sister Linger is entering the Starry School next year to cultivate. Why would she not want to meet her senior? If she has the ability to enter the Starry School, perhaps I would help to take care of her as well. Yang Xing frowned. Yi Futian, who was in front of the window, felt contempt when he saw the look in Jin Yunxiao's eyes. His tone was getting frivolous. Who are you to want to take care of me? Long Linger stood in front of the window and shouted. Her voice echoed throughout everyone enjoying the banquet in the fairy pool. Long Linger did live up to her reputation as the apple of the dragon clan's eyes, everyone thought, with the tone that she was speaking to Jin Yunxiao in. Little sister Linger sure has a short temper for someone so young. Jin Yunxiao smiled as he continued, however, I've heard that little sister Linger has yet to become a dragon master. If this continues, getting into the school through the examination might prove to be an impossible task. This is not something that young Master Jin should be worrying about. Yang Xing replied unfeelingly after hearing Jin Yunxiao's words. Jin Yunxiao was evidently picking a fight with her. West Mountain Dragon Sr. only has little sister Linger as an only child. I'm just worried that there will be nobody to take up his mantle. Jin Yunxiao smiled while speaking, the provocation in his voice clear for everyone to hear. The people in the fairy pond quietly watched while all this unfolded. The two families had their fair share of disputes and stories, especially when that person was still alive. He had kept the Jin clan suppressed. When Long Linger was born, the Jin clan had been humiliated when they asked for her hand in marriage. Now that that person was dead, the Dragon clan were on the weaker side, so it was natural that people from the Jin clan provoked the Dragon clan whenever they met. Yang Xing's expression looked sullen while Long Linger's cheeks puffed up in anger, and she clenched her fists. Say that again. A voice sounded from outside. Everyone's gazes turned and a figure strolled down the long corridor. The person had a flawless complexion, was handsome beyond belief, and his seemingly skinny figure was brimming with strength. His eyes sparkled spiritedly and his gaze was like lightning, directed straight at Jin Yunxiao, who was on the bridge. In the fairy pool, many people's expressions changed upon seeing him appear. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing's expression hardened as they saw that person walk closer step by step. Of course, they recognized him as another person cultivating in the Starry School, with more repute than Jin Yunxiao. Ever since this person was born, he had always been in the spotlight, his every movement noticed by everyone in the Divine Sky City. If there was any of the younger generations in the West Mountain Dragon clan whose position could rival the dragon girl Long Linger, it would be him. Dragon fledgling Long Mu, the son of that legendary person from the West Mountain. When that legend was still alive, Long Mu received attention from all around. Even up till today, he still continued to receive an exceeding amount of attention. That was because Long Mu was his son. Also, there were rumors that even though that pure-blooded dragon West Mountain Dragon clan leader had Long Linger as his daughter, he was grooming Long Mu as his successor. He intended to let his nephew take over his position, as this was the child that his brother had left behind. Many people claimed that the familial ties in the West Dragon Mountain were weird. The person that legend had doted on most when he was alive was not his biological son, but Long Linger. Now, after he was dead, the person the current West Mountain clan leader had the greatest expectations for was not his daughter, but his nephew Long Mu. Such close brotherly ties earned the respect of many. Jin Yunxiao's gaze also moved towards Long Mu. His expression no longer looked relaxed. It had turned deadpan, his sharp gaze staring at the figure getting closer. Long Mu, the son of that legendary person, the bastard son of the person who had suppressed the Jin clan when he was alive. And his son's potential was also exceptionally high. He had put on an impressive display this year at the Starry School's year-end examination, and had overshadowed Jin Yunxiao. This was someone whose background, talent and ability were all above him. Long Mu's body moved in a flash, like a bolt of lightning. Following a deafening crash, Long Mu landed on the bridge, causing the bridge to tremor as though it was about to collapse. Long Mu stood firmly, scrutinizing Jin Yunxiao coldly. Everyone below had their attention captivated by the two of them who were standing apart. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing yearned to be like the two of them. They were true geniuses, and they had not expected both of them to appear together. Everyone wondered if a fight was going to ensue. Say what you just said again. Formless power started to accumulate around Long Mu, just like a shadow of a pure-blooded dragon appearing. The pure-blooded dragon qi circulated in the air, giving people an overbearing feeling. The moment Jin Yunxiao repeated his words, Long Mu would strike immediately. Knowing Long Mu's personality, this was absolutely possible. Jin Yunxiao stared at Long Mu, smiling as he said, "Long Mu, you're just as arrogant as ever." Scram! Long Mu emotionlessly spat out just that one word. Jin Yunxiao's expression turned disdainful. An extremely sharp aura could be faintly seen around his body. The golden shirt made of rock feathers that he was wearing made light sounds. His shirt moved even though there was no wind, and emitted a terrifying light. Behind Jin Yunxiao, a fleeting rock shadow unparalleled in strength appeared. Jin Yunxiao was like a rock with no equal. A sharp-edged hurricane started to form, striking Long Mu like knives. Jin Yunxiao's mouth arced into a cruel smile, following which a brilliant golden shadow appeared at breakneck speed. The shadow pounced towards Long Mu at speeds that were too fast, like a rock tearing through the wind, threatening to destroy everything. Long Mu's body remained still, as he lifted his fist and delivered a punch. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the heavens, like a dragon's furious cry. The two forces clashed, and the bystanders witnessed an arrogant rock and a haughty dragon in battle. With an ear-splitting bang, the bridge collapsed as streaks of golden lightning flashed across the sky. Jin Yunxiao's body returned to his original position, a pair of dazzling wings gently flapping on his back. His arms hung beside him, trembling lightly, but the coldness and arrogance remained on his face. He coldly observed Long Mu, who was standing at the same spot. The bridge beneath Long Mu had already broke, and it was empty in front of him. Long Mu stood at the edge of the broken bridge, his gaze still fixated on Jin Yunxiao. "We will fight again." Jin Yunxiao smiled faintly, turning around and saying, "Let's go." As his words left his mouth, his wings flapped and he flew outwards. The people behind him looked towards Long Mu and proceeded to follow him out. In the other pavilion, Futian witnessed the entire fight. He naturally saw that Jin Yunxiao was on the losing end, and had braced himself and left. Moreover, the Jin clan's life spirit was the rock. No wonder both clans were at loggerheads. "Your brother?" Futian asked Long Linger, who was beside him. When Long Mu arrived, Long Linger had softly called him, while everyone else called him Young Master Mu. "Yep, my uncle's son." Long Linger nodded her head. "It's just that he's a bit obstinate. Big brother Futian, let me introduce him to you." The West Mountain Dragon fledgling thought Futian as he recalled what was said in the inn. This gave him an understanding of that person's identity. Just then, Long Mu was already walking towards the pavilion. In a moment, he was walking in with Yang Xing. His spirited gaze looked towards the crowd, and many of them bowed and acknowledged him. "Young Master Mu." The West Mountain Dragon clan members naturally understood that even though the young missus was the apple of the clan leader's eyes, the next leader of the West Mountain was extremely likely to be the young Master Long Mu. "Brother," Long Linger called out. "Ning." Long Mu nodded and replied, "I heard that you were in the Celestial Pavilion, so I came over to visit you. Don't put Jin Yunxiao's words to heart. Nobody can bully you after you enter the Starry School to cultivate." "Okay." Long Linger smiled while nodding. She walked up to Long Mu and lightly rocked his arm, while pointing to Futian, saying, "Brother, this is Big Brother Futian." Long Mu naturally saw Futian. He raised his head and his gaze landed on Futian, a strong aura emitting from his eyes. Futian. Futian's eyes were pure as he smiled and introduced himself. Long Mu did not introduce himself as their gazes met. Instead, he questioned, "The Celestial Pavilion was given to you?" As the young master of the Dragon Clan, he naturally knew more than others. Futian saw Long Mu's attitude and knew that the people from the Dragon Clan were unhappy with this incident. "Brother, I agreed to give it to Big Brother Futian," Long Linger retorted. "I know." Long Mu nodded lightly, following which he said to Futian, "Thank you for taking care of Linger these past few days. You can treat this Celestial Pavilion as your reward. Also, you can leave now." "Long Mu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Long Linger looked angrily at Long Mu, her hands crossed on her hips, with a fierce demeanor. "Linger, don't be mischievous," Long Mu berated her. "Okay." Futian did not mind, smiling while he nodded. To the West Mountain Dragon Clan, he was just an outsider. Even though the lassie was a little reliant on him, but it was merely because of her loneliness during these sad times. After a few years, she would still be the Dragon Clan's young missus, and he would still be himself. Moreover, he did have plans to stay long-term with the Dragon Clan. It was just that he had gotten closer with the young girl after these few days. He liked Long Linger and treated her like a younger sister. Chapter 438. Hearing Yi Futian's reply, Long Linger looked at him and said, "I won't let you leave." Hearing Yi Futian's reply, Long Linger looked at him and said, "I won't let you leave. Linger, cultivate well with Senior Feng. Don't keep thinking about the past," Yi Futian said, smiling. "I'm going." With that he walked out. "Brother Futian," Linger called. Yi Futian stopped. Turning around he said, "Hey, don't you know that you're annoying?" Long Linger's eyes were red. Her tears were about to fall out and Yi Futian's heart softened. This girl was too good at acting. "You didn't forget what you promised, right?" the little girl said pitifully. Yi Futian was confused, but he quickly remembered what Long Linger was talking about. He'd promised to spend New Year with her. "I remember." Yi Futian nodded. "Then you must do it," Long Linger said. "Okay." Yi Futian chuckled and started walking out. After he left, Long Linger glared at Long Mu. "Happy now?" "Linger," Long Mu said. "You've messed around enough. How well do you know him?" "I don't care." Long Linger glared. "You are Uncle's only daughter. You're the little prince of the Long family." Long Mu continued. "Even without me, you should know the recent relationship between Uncle and the family. Now you casually gave the Celestial Pavilion to a stranger. What would the family think?" "I'm not eating anymore." Long Linger turned and left. Looking at her back, Long Mu felt helpless. "Uncle Yang," he said. "Take Linger back." "Yes, young Master Mu." Yang Xing nodded and followed out. He chuckled wryly. Long Mu was straightforward. He loved Long Linger. But their personalities were too different. It was hard to get together. He was more suited for cultivation. When Yi Futian returned, Lulan Shui, Yushang, and Shen Yu had gone out. Only Yi Wuchen was cultivating. They didn't return until evening and had come with many things. Yushang carried them. "What's that?" Yi Futian asked curiously. "Some spiritual herbs. We went to Qingyun Street," Lulan Shui answered. "That's the biggest trade market in this area. I bought some spiritual herbs to make medicated baths. The martial arts cultivators in Divine Sky City often train themselves like this. I came across a way to make medicated baths. You Yushang and Yi Wuchen can use it. You've worked hard. Be generous for yourself too." Yi Futian nodded. People in the outside world usually used resources for cultivation. If possible, they would definitely do so too and raise their cultivation as much as possible. "Yes." Lulan Shui nodded. "I'll go do it with Shen Yu." With that they left. Yi Futian looked at Lulan Shui's back. Back when Lulan Shui had gone to the cottage voluntarily to become his servant, he hadn't had this thought. He thought that Lulan Shui couldn't do well because she was a princess. But after his second senior sister trained her, Lulan Shui gradually became accustomed to being a servant and accepted it. Even Yi Futian had gotten used to it. "We aren't going to the Long family anymore?" Yushang asked. "No." Yi Futian shook his head. "I don't think the Celestial Pavilion is a long-term plan either. We must find other ways to earn spiritual stones." Long Linger had given them the Celestial Pavilion. She was the princess of the Long family, but she was still too young. She couldn't decide anything. Yi Futian had felt some things from Long Mu's attitude. Thus, the Celestial Pavilion bought with the Long family's resources wasn't very stable. It was better to rely on himself. "This trip cost a lot," Yushang said. With their cultivation plane, ordinary methods couldn't support their consumption of resources. "Yeah, let me think." Yi Futian nodded. They were poor. He felt that their cultivation planes were too low. They weren't enough for a rich city like Divine Sky City. Of course, they could join the top 3 schools or another force and they would have enough resources. However, Yi Futian didn't want that anymore. A while later, Lulan Shui and Shen Yu walked over. Lulan Shui said, "It's done. Want to try?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and followed Lulan Shui to a bath inside the house. The bathwater was bubbling now. There were fiery red stones inside, making the entire bath look like lava. The heat was scary. The spiritual herbs were already inside. "You can go," Yi Futian said. I'm not sure I put in the right amount. You can try it. I'll wait here, Lulan Shui said. Yi Futian blinked at her. Was this proper? Lulan Shui looked up at him. Her cool silver eyes showed no disturbances and said softly, "Isn't this what a servant should do?" Yi Futian wanted to facepalm, but it seemed to make sense. But it still felt weird. Seeing that Lulan Shui was still staring at him and didn't move, Yi Futian had a weird expression. Then he took off his white robe and shirt, revealing a lean body. Half naked, he walked towards the bath while muttering, "Taking advantage of me? Is." The moment Yi Futian entered the pool, he felt frightening power dig into his body. He didn't think the high temperature would affect him, but he'd clearly underestimated the medicated bath. Instantly, streams of power dug into his limbs. His body seemed to boil and his blood flew through his body. Don't resist. Let your body take it and let the power meld into you. It won't do much the first time, but apparently, long-term use will greatly improve your physical body. It's very beneficial, Lulan Shui said. How do you feel? What did you add? Yi Futian mumbled. But it feels good. With that, he closed his eyes and endured it quietly. The frightening power was wildly melding into his flesh, digging into his body, and challenging his every cell. The pain kept lowering. After a long while, he didn't feel anything anymore. He stood up and walked out of the bath. Lulan Shui walked up and put a prepared bathrobe on Yi Futian. Right now, her silver eyes sparkled. You can go now, Yi Futian said. Okay. Lulan Shui nodded and left. A while later, Yi Futian returned to the courtyard and said, Yusheng, you go try. It will help you. Okay. Yusheng nodded. Yi Futian sat down in the courtyard. The ring on his finger lit up and a guqin appeared before him. He played the instrument with his eyes closed. In his mind, Yukio rang out. Every music note was filled with magic. Yukio was one of the world's top 10 musical pieces. Each one was a masterpiece. Yukio's artistic conception was the minds of the two emperors. But now Yi Futian's mind was different. Yi Futian gradually forgot about Yukio. At that moment, he seemed to be immersed in his own world. Afterward, he strummed the instrument strings and a graceful melody flowed out. The sky darkened and moonlight shone down. The moment the music rang out, the courtyard became ethereal and clean. One's heart seemed to be caught in that moment. Xinyu stood in the near distance. When the music sounded, she felt her heartstrings twang. Her pure eyes looked quietly at the figure. His music was so ethereal. It had a special attraction that made people listen to it. The graceful music was steady and beautiful, instantly taking people into a unique artistic conception. From the music, one could feel a youth leaving home to travel far. He chased after his goal and dream, facing everything optimistically. He was kind and low-key. He'd put away his brightness and was unbothered by many things. However, the world never followed one's wishes. There would always be people invading his world. Those people were arrogant. He wanted to overlook them but couldn't avoid them. Some things would always follow him. Identity, status, and power were like mountains that could crush one's spine. Even a simple relationship would still be affected. The music went from calm to wild as if his mind had been affected by the outside world. But after the wildness, it became serene again. However, this serenity had a lonely arrogance to it. The music became cold and arrogant. Gradually it became hurried. Yi Futian's fingers sped up and crazily strummed the instrument strings. The music became frenzied. There was an invisible aura around him. He was arrogant and able to destroy everything in the world. The world's spiritual chi seemed to be affected too. It went wild as well and beams of purple light shone like lightning. The bolts streaked across the courtyard. The music accelerated and lightning cracked. The entire world became chaotic, as if there was an electric storm that wanted to destroy everything. In the courtyard, Xinyu watched this in shock. She'd felt the music change bit by bit from peace to chaos. Even now, Yi Futian had a frightening aura. It was arrogant and cold. His fingers strumming the instrument strings were still elegant, but he seemed to have changed. He didn't care for the world and dared to compete with the lords. Xinyu plugged her ears, but it was useless. A scene of the world ending appeared in her mind. Lightning cracked, almost destroying her mind. Yet this was only the music's side effects. Yi Futian wasn't attacking anyone. The electric windstorm seemed to become complete around Yi Futian. This was a frightening musical sorcery that could turn into spiritual attacks. Finally, the music stopped. The scary scene disappeared. Yi Futian quieted down and he opened his eyes slowly. He smiled. Yukio told him that if he added spiritual energy into the music, he could control the spiritual chi in the air. Now, using Yukio as the base, he'd composed his own musical piece according to his own mind and experiences. It was a music sorcery spell and was very powerful. This was a great start. Chapter 439. The music stopped. Yi Wuqian, Yu Shang and Lulan Shui all came to Yi Futian's court. Shen Yu stood beside him blankly. The music stopped. Yi Wuqian, Yu Shang and Lulan Shui all came to Yi Futian's court. Shen Yu stood beside him blankly. Yi Futian turned around and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that? What happened to you?" Yu Shang asked. Yi Futian often told him that music could convey one's spirit. He had heard Yi Futian's music many times, so he became quite sensitive to music artistic conception. He was not talented enough, but the artistic conception in the music that Yi Futian had just played was too strong to ignore. After leaving the Eastern Barren territory, it had been a long time since Yi Futian last showed such a spirit in his music. The end of his music was very sharp and powerful. Yu Shang had never heard this piece before. "I just need to vent. Is there any problem?" Yi Futian stared at Yu Shang, wondering how he saw through it. What had happened these days made him a little upset and depressed. "I can't even ask?" Yu Shang grumbled. "What's the name of the music you just played?" asked Yi Wuqian. He could feel the marvelous artistic conception. From the plain beginning to a heated climax, the music made him feel like there was a man standing under the sky and daring to break all the chains. "I haven't named it yet. It's an improvisation. Have any suggestions about the name?" said Yi Futian. Yi Wuqian, Yu Shang and Lulan Shui were speechless. It was an improvisation? It was perfect. "How about elegance?" suggested Lulan Shui. This word fit the artistic conception very well. "Elegance." Yi Futian murmured and nodded immediately. "Good. Elegance is the name now." "It's late now. Go have a rest," said Yi Futian. The four nodded. Yi Wuqian and Yu Shang walked toward the bamboo woods in the backyard. They needed to cultivate. It was too early for them to sleep. Lulan Shui went toward another direction. Shen Yu didn't move. Staring at Yi Futian, she had no idea where she was going to live. Though having worked in the Celestial Pavilion before, she was not qualified to live in it. "Why are you looking at me? You want to spend the long night with me?" Yi Futian quipped. Shen Yu blushed and ran away immediately. Seeing Shen Yu running away, Yi Futian was speechless. Was he so scary? Maybe she was just too excited. The Divine Prefecture calendar's 10,004th year came to its last day. The Divine Sky City was more bustling and lively than before. As the transaction center of the city, Qingyun Street was the busiest, especially on such an important day. People and their demon beasts crowed here. The locals were totally used to this scene. Even small kids weren't scared. A line of people walked along the street. "What a lively place," the youth in white exclaimed. It was Yi Futian's group. These days, they had been cultivating in the Celestial Pavilion. The last day of the year was a good chance to take a breath of air. Here is the transaction center of the Eastern Barren State. Of course it'll be so lively. Look at that castle. Lulan Shui pointed at a place in the distance. A great dark castle overshadowed this vast place. It's the demon castle. You could buy all kinds of powerful demon beasts there. The trainers could make a great profit from it. They have demon beasts in all levels, Lulan Shui introduced softly. She had been there before and was shocked by the scene. In the Divine Sky City, money could get you everything. Demon beasts are so profitable? We happen to have one here. Yi Futian murmured and looked behind. The black wind eagle winced, looking at Yi Futian with its big eyes. "Master, this joke is not funny. Maybe no one would like to buy it." Pondering for a while, Yi Futian chose to give up. The black wind eagle was relieved and kept flapping its wings. How could he think about selling me such an excellent demon beast? It's inhumane. Lulan, you could go buy yourself some nice ritual implementing clothes, Yi Futian suggested. There were many stores selling ritual implementing clothes on either side of the street. Many people came here to select gifts for their families or descendants. The end of the year here was busier and more luxurious than Eastern Barren territories. The resources here were much more bountiful too. I'm good. Lulan Shui shook her head slightly. Xinyu, go with her, Yi Futian continued. You could pick something for yourself too. Okay. Xinyu nodded and dragged Lulan Shui away. After a while, the two came back with some bags in hands. Yi Futian couldn't help thinking how wonderful it could be if Hua Jieyu was here too. He had to work harder now. In the future, this area would only be more prosperous. After Hu Jieyu came, he would definitely bring her here to feel the atmosphere. It had been a year since they were separated. Was she all right? What a kind of place is that? Walking on the street, Yi Futian was attracted by music from a quaint manor in the corner. It's a famous music workshop where music sorcerers trade gyukins or music spells, Xinyu explained. Hearing this, Yi Futian suddenly came up with an idea. These days he had been considering how to make money to support his cultivation. This music workshop might be a good place to start. Let's go. Thinking of this, Yi Futian walked straight toward the workshop. The workshop was clean and elegant. There were young beauties welcoming them. Knowing that they wanted to trade music, these beauties led them to a quaint pavilion where a guqin was placed. Go ahead. An old man sat in the front. Since they wanted to trade music, the host needed to know the music's level. If the level was too low, the music couldn't be traded here. It was not a good idea to show the music score directly since someone might plagiarize. The best way was to play it on the spot. Sitting in front of the guqin, Yi Futian began to play his music elegance. As the music was played, the old man gradually sensed the artistic conception. He listened to the music seriously. From peace to mania there was a kind of straightforwardness. No more inhibitions were there. The impetuous fire of youth burned and even howled. Endless thunder intent seemingly melted into the music. The senior closed his eyes and felt it silently. He could feel that even the airflow was controlled by the music. The artistic conception was very strong. The music stopped. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Yi Futian in a totally different way. He smiled and asked, "Marvelous. What is the name? Who is the composer?" "Its name is Elegance. It's my opus." Yi Futian raised his head and answered. The old man was shocked and stared at Yi Futian. "You are not joking, right?" Creating a song was not something new since many experienced musical sorcerers could do that either. But in Yi Futian's age, it was not an easy thing to create a song which contains such an artistic conception. "It's not a joke," said Yi Futian. "There are two methods. I can arrange the auction right now or you could sell it to me directly. What's your choice?" The senior asked. "Auction." Yi Futian didn't hesitate. Only through auction could he know the real value of this song. "Good, but this time the workshop will join the auction too." The senior smiled and ordered. "Tell the others that there will be a potential hit song for auction very soon." "Yes." The two maids beside them nodded and went to spread the news. "Sir, you need to play it again later for the auction. Furthermore, if the auction is successful, the workshop will take 1/20th of the profit. If the bid is ritual implements, it'll be a price based on the ritual implement." "Deal." Yi Futian nodded and asked, "Can I conceal my identity when playing?" "No problem." The old man nodded with a smile. There was a tower in the workshop just for auctions. People in the workshop gathered here and the tower suddenly became lively. All floors and rooms were occupied. This music workshop was a very famous place in the Divine Sky City. Many well-known music scores and spells all came from here. Therefore, many music lovers and sorcerers often gathered here. It was the last day of the year. Hearing that there was a potential hit song to be auctioned, people in the workshop all gathered in the tower. If a song was said to have potential, there must be something special about it. At this moment, an old man's figure appeared on the stage. He waved and said, "Let's get down to the business. Enjoy yourselves." He walked away and then the stage burst with bright lights. Some spells helped mask the stage. On the stage, a faint figure loomed. The figure touched the guqin lightly and began to play. Hearing the music, the whole tower fell silent. From the ethereal music and its extremely strong artistic conception, it could be inferred that the music player was very well versed in music. As the music was played, people became engrossed in its artistic conception and the player's spiritual movement. Gradually, thunder was heard and lightning was seen. The artistic conception became more and more sublimated. Finally, the music stopped. For a while, the tower remained silent. "What a masterpiece!" somebody exclaimed. "It's marvelous indeed. This spell is in such a low level. I don't see anything special at this moment." Doubts were heard from a room on the third floor. A line of figures sat there. People outside couldn't see them. The speaker was a young man with an outstanding temperament and some powerful men guarding beside him. He was from the Dragon Clan. He knew very little about music, but still, he could feel the mightiness contained in the music Futian had just played. Though it had a strong conception, the spell was still just in the arcana plane. He just couldn't understand what made it so special to people. Today was the end of the year as well as the 14th birthday of the Dragon Clan's little princess. The young man wanted to select a good present for the little princess who was good at music and was going to be a dragon master in the future. At tonight's party, many members of the family would have prepared all kinds of presents. He wanted to be different from the others. Chapter 440. Long Yan didn't understand music, so he went out to ask. It would be embarrassing if he gave a common musical piece as a gift. Long Yan didn't understand music, so he went out to ask. It would be embarrassing if he gave a common musical piece as a gift. What level can it be if an arcana plane cultivator released a noble plane spell? An ancient voice came from the room on the second floor. Long Yan smiled and nodded. Understood. The musical piece was extraordinary, but the player's ability was limited. The musical piece is called Elegance and is written by himself. If anyone is able to buy it, you may become one of the few who can understand this piece, the old man said, smiling. Powerful musical sorcery was the same as other spells and martial arts techniques. It obviously couldn't be spread carelessly. Spells were usually given in exchanges. Musical pieces were the same. Okay, the auction rule is to exchange with items. Everyone can report their prices, the elder said, gazing at everyone present. Futian sat behind the magic array, watching everything happen. The array before him was transparent. He could see everything clearly, but the others couldn't see him. This was a water elemental spell. Lower noble ritual implement, someone said. Using ritual implements as an exchange was the most common. Futian was slightly disappointed. Was the musical piece only worth a lower noble ritual implement? He had to see the others. 3 lower noble ritual implements, someone else said. Many people joined the bid. However, the musical piece was from an unknown source. It was an original creation, but no one knew the composer and was only in the arcana plane. No one knew what it would be like once they got it. Thus, most people were careful when bidding. Of course, it would be different if this was from a famous composer. The price would shoot up. After a while, the bid had reached 2 mid-level ritual implements. This was quite a high cost. It meant that most of the people here knew what was good. Otherwise, they wouldn't bid so high for something performed by an arcana-level cultivator. But Futian was still a bit disappointed. The auctioneer was the old man who had listened to him play earlier. Now he smiled slightly. If there wasn't a suitable bid, he would buy it himself. 3 mid-level noble ritual implements, Long Yan said lazily from the 3rd level. He didn't understand music, but since people were bidding, he would buy it and then see. After Long Yan bid, many people fell silent. But then, an old voice said from the 2nd floor, 1 upper-level noble ritual implement. Upper-level noble ritual implement. Many people's eyes narrowed. This was an unknown piece they'd only heard once. This cost was very high. 2 pieces, another voice said from the 2nd floor. 3 pieces, yet another said. The people in the main hall were shocked. Was it that they didn't know what was good? Now, people from the 2nd floor rooms kept bidding. A set of 7 elemental noble ritual implements, both defense and offense, with 10 lower-level noble spell decree, 5 mid-level spell decree, and 3 upper-level spell decree, a gentle voice announced from the 3rd floor. The entire building became quiet. This price. The building was silent. It was hard for anyone under the sage plane or from a wealthy top force to bid like that. But the voice was beautiful and moving. The person must be very young. Clearly, it was the daughter of some wealthy family. Even Yi Futian's heart jumped at the bid. He knew his musical piece was extraordinary, but he wasn't famous and he was only in the Arcana plane. It was an impossible price. He looked up to the room on the third floor. But just as the other couldn't see him, he also couldn't see her. He didn't know who had raised the bid to this level. Anyone else? The elder asked. No one replied, so the elder chuckled. In that case, the bid is over. In the room, Long Yan gazed at the other room and asked, I am Long Yan from the Dragon Clan. May I ask for your name? One must have an extraordinary background to be able to pay this price. He could talk to her. If the musical piece really deserved that price, he could buy it from her. No one replied. Inside the room, a beautiful face was looking in Yi Futian's direction, wondering who was selling this piece. Let's go, her gentle voice said. She turned and walked out, ready to exchange for the musical piece. Yi Futian also rose and left. A while later, Yi Futian's group appeared outside on the street. Let's go. Yi Futian started walking away. Earlier he'd kept anonymous because he was low-key. Now he really couldn't reveal himself because people could kill him for what he'd earned. Now he was curious who had gotten the piece. She didn't even humor Long Yan. After strolling down Qingyun Street, Yi Futian returned to the Celestial Pavilion. After all, he'd promised a certain girl to accompany her. However, when he returned, he was notified that someone was waiting. This person's identity seemed to be special. Beside the fairy pool, a figure sat inside the covered bride pavilion with many strong cultivators with him. He looked very young and was studying Yi Futian, who just entered. Yi Futian, the youth asked. You are? Yi Futian asked. I am from the West Mountain. The other chuckled. Yi Futian was confused. He'd heard this voice earlier at the music workshop. A voice from a room had called himself Long Yan from the Dragon Clan. The other had arrived at the Celestial Pavilion first, appearing before him. Can I help you? Yi Futian asked. He'd actually guessed the other's motive. He'd gone to the music workshop for the same reason. The Celestial Pavilion was bought with the Dragon Clan's resources. Long Yan said as expected. Sister Linger is still young and doesn't understand things. This pavilion is nothing to the Dragon Clan, but given without any reason. Do you understand? No. Yi Futian shook his head with a smile. Long Yan chuckled. Tapping the table, he continued. Then I'll make myself easier to understand. I don't care how you tricked Linger, but we will take this back. However, I don't want Linger to feel bad. Thus, you can continue taking care of the Celestial Pavilion, but you must give up 90% of profits. I will take it. The remaining 10% is enough for you to get rich. Long Yan's smile was confident. He'd heard that Yi Futian was only a musical student and in the Arcana plane. With that status, 10% of Celestial Pavilion profits should definitely be enough. Yi Futian should understand that if he refused, he would have nothing. He had no reason to refuse these conditions. Yi Futian looked at the confident smile. He'd understood many things from Long Yan's words. He had to give up 90% of the profits while still keeping this a secret from Linger. Also, Long Yan would be the one taking the money. He didn't know if this was the Dragon Clan's idea, Long Yan's, or a small minority of the family. This wasn't important though. He'd expected this would happen from Long Mu's attitude. What, you still have to think about it? Long Yan asked, frowning. He was pressuring Yi Futian. You should know how much 10% of the profit is. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I understand. And? Long Yan asked. You will know my answer tonight, Yi Futian said. Okay. I will give you 1 day to think and come back tomorrow, Long Yan said. He took his people and left. Yi Futian watched his back and smiled, shaking his head. The man didn't have any patience. Yi Futian hadn't finished speaking. He didn't have to come tomorrow. The taker has the disadvantage. Yi Futian laughed at himself. He tossed the Celestial Pavilion's badge up, and then it fell down in his hand. The western court of Divine Sky City was abnormally lively at the end of the year. Many from the Dragon Clan came from the West Mountain, shattering the quietness. To them, this wasn't only the end of the year. It was also the princess' birthday. Longlinger of the Dragon Clan was cultivating at the West Court and preparing to enter the Starry School. They didn't plan on making a big deal over her birthday. Most remained in the West Mountain for the New Year's, but most lines of the family sent youths to celebrate Longlinger's birthday. By evening, a banquet was prepared. At this time, a dragon-pulled chariot was in the sky. A beautiful figure sat in it. She was a woman of around 30 years old. Her skin was youthful and white as snow. Her features were extraordinary and she looked wise. She gave off a noble aura just by sitting there. The lady is here. Many people looked up. She'd come to celebrate her daughter's birthday while the family leader stayed in the West Mountain. He was growing stricter towards his daughter these years. The dragon chariot landed and the woman walked out. Longlinger called out, "Mother." Her voice was slightly disappointed. She knew her father wouldn't come celebrate her birthday. Chapter 441. The beautiful lady walked up with a smile and patted Longlinger's head. Linger is 1 year older now. The beautiful lady walked up with a smile and patted Longlinger's head. Linger is 1 year older now. Mother, I don't like celebrating like this, Longlinger muttered, looking at the crowd. She only wanted to celebrate with people close to her. But because of her status, she had few true friends. Many came to her birthday, but they weren't genuine. It was just because of her status. Silly girl. You must remember that whether you like it or not, the Dragon Clan is one complete piece, the beauty said gently. The girl was still too young. She couldn't understand many things. Longlinger nodded, half understanding. Auntie Linger. Longmu walked over now. Humph. Longlinger glared at him and then looked away, ignoring him. You're still angry at your brother? Longmu asked helplessly. Linger, don't do that. Madame Long's voice turned serious. Longmu was the descendant of her elder brother. Mother, you always side with him, Longlinger said, pouting. What's wrong? What did your brother do? Madame Long said. Ask him. Longlinger seemed upset. Auntie, do you know about Linger buying the Celestial Pavilion? Longmu asked. Yes, I've heard about it. Madame Long nodded. How could she not know about something like that? I went to the Celestial Pavilion and told the person to leave, so Linger became upset, Longmu said, smiling wryly. Mother, Brother Futian is so nice to me. He even taught me how to play the guqin. I became a dragon master thanks to him too, Longlinger said. Yang Xing stood to the side in shock. Longlinger hadn't been so nice when Yi Futian was here. I've heard of this too. Senior Feng is modest. You really think that it was all due to him? You have to know who your teacher is. That was just a coincidence, Longmu said. He obviously didn't think that a youth in the Arcana plane could teach Longlinger. It was most likely because Senior Feng had done most of the work and Yi Futian came at the right time. You don't know anything, Longlinger said, pouting. All right, Madame Long said gently. You're the birthday girl today. Don't get angry. Since everyone's here, let's start the banquet. Longlinger still let out an upset huff. She didn't know if Brother Futian would come. He'd promised. He wouldn't go back on his words, right? When the banquet started, Madame Long and Longlinger sat in the main seats. Longmu sat on the side. The others were all from the Dragon Clan and they came up with gifts. Long Yan was one of them. He couldn't buy that musical piece from the workshop and the West Court had many gyukins. Unless it was a famous one, it was meaningless. Thus, he'd bought a necklace from Qingyun Street. It was pretty and also a defense ritual implement. Could protect the wearer. Longlinger always wore a dragon necklace, but it was still well-meaning. He honestly couldn't think of what to buy since Longlinger didn't lack anything. Longlinger was emotionless when she accepted Long Yan's necklace. She put it to the side and reached out a small hand to caress the dragon necklace on her neck. It glowed softly and was warm. Longlinger smiled. Her uncle had given this to her. Raising her head, Longlinger looked into the distance and then pouted. Did that guy lie? Madam, a voice said now. Madame Long looked up. Yes. A guest is here, the person said. Long Linger's eyes brightened. Let him in. Who is it? Madame Long asked. Gu Yunqi from the Gu clan, the person replied. She said she's here for the Mrs.'s birthday. When Long Linger heard that it wasn't Yi Futian, she was disappointed. Why is Sister Yunqi here, she wondered. After all, she was still young and wasn't the Dragon clan's elder. It was just a birthday. Usually, only seniors would have outsiders come to celebrate their birthday. However, the Gu clan and the Dragon clan have always had a good relationship. Oh, Yunqi, let her in. Madame Long smiled. Mu, go welcome her personally. Okay. Long Mu nodded. He rose and went outside. Many youths from the Dragon clan were confused but excited. They'd all heard of Gu Yunqi's beauty. In the Divine Sky City, she was known for making one want to give up a country for her. That was how beautiful she was. They all knew why the madam told Long Mu to go personally. The two clans have always had a good relationship. It was rumored that when the last family leader had died, the two families had wanted an arranged marriage. It would have been Long Mu, son of the family leader, and Gu Yunqi of the Gu clan. But then Long Mu's father died and this wasn't mentioned anymore. The two families still had a good relationship though. Their interactions had just lessened a bit. Now that Gu Yunqi was here for Long Linger's birthday, the madam was obviously happy, so she had Long Mu go welcome her. A while later a group came over. There was a beautiful girl beside Long Mu. She wore a pale pink dress that complemented her graceful and slender body. Her swan-like flawless collarbone was extremely sexy. However, her beautiful features were serene. Her movements were soft, like a floating fairy. She lives up to her name. For many it was their first time meeting Gu Yunqi. She was as beautiful as people said. Many of the Dragon clan were impressed. When she stood with Long Mu, it felt like they suited each other. Madame Long smiled warmly when she saw this. She hoped they could marry. Gu Yunqi matched Long Mu well. Madame Long, Gu Yunqi bowed slightly. Her actions were light and graceful. Yunqi, I haven't seen you in a long while. Come sit beside me. Madame Long's voice was gentle. It was obvious she really liked Gu Yunqi. Gu Yunqi didn't object. She walked to Madame Long and sat down. She and Long Mu were on either side of Madame Long. Then she looked to Long Linger and she smiled. Linger, do you still remember me? Sister Yunqi, you underestimate me. You're so pretty. How can I not recognize you? Long Linger was being playful. Linger, when you grow up, you'll be as beautiful as Madame and surpass me, Gu Yunqi said modestly. Long Yan kept watching Gu Yunqi. When she spoke, he was confused. This voice was familiar. He'd heard it not so long ago. So it had been her. No wonder she didn't care about him. Sister Linger, I came in a rush and didn't know what to prepare. Today I visited the music workshop and bought a song. Since you are a musical sorcerer, I will gift it to you. Please don't look down on it. Gu Yunqi took out the musical score for Long Linger. I like this song too, so I had someone copy it. I hope you won't mind. Of course not. Long Linger shook her head. What kind of score would attract you to? Madame Long asked, smiling. A very hot-blooded song, Gu Yunqi said. The artistic conception is powerful and affects the listener greatly. You can sense the composer's brilliance from this piece. It is called Elegance too. I heard that the owner was the one who wrote it. I wonder which master wrote it. Since Yunqi likes it, it must be a great song. If there's the chance, have Mr. Feng look at it, Madame Long said. Speaking of music, Yunqi, you are also skilled in it. Few your age can be compared to you. No way. Many in the Dragon clan is skilled in musical sorcery, and there are dragon masters too. I cannot be compared. I know someone skilled in musical sorcery and he's around Sister Yunqi's age too, Long Linger said. You're too young to know about skills. You underestimate your sister Yunqi, Madame Long said. It's true. Long Linger glared at her mother. I believe that anyone Linger looks up to will be amazing, Gu Yunqi said. Yes. He promised he would come, but he still hasn't, Long Linger said, pouting. Liar, liar. Madam, someone else came to visit the miss. The servant from before came and said again. Let him in. Long Linger jumped up. No, I'll go personally. Madame Long grabbed her. This girl. She was the star but wanted to leave all the guests here. Long Linger was upset, but Madame Long continued, "Let him in." "Yes, madam." The person nodded and then left. A while later Yi Futian was brought over. When he saw the scene, surprise filled his eyes. Seeing the beautiful lady beside Long Linger, he guessed who she was. He realized he'd been fooled again. Yes, he had been fooled. Why did he believe her? She said that her parents wouldn't spend New Year's with her, and needed him to accompany her. This girl was too good at acting pitiful. "Brother Futian, today's my 14th birthday and I was scared you wouldn't come, so..." She made puppy eyes at Yi Futian. "You won't be angry, right?" Yi Futian gave her a look. What could he say? But it was her birthday and he hadn't prepared anything. At that time everyone present looked at Yi Futian. They'd obviously heard of him. He was the one that the princess of the Dragon Clan bought the Celestial Pavilion for. Their relationship seemed to be even closer than they'd expected. They couldn't help but feel jealous. Chapter 442. Long Yan was confused when he saw Yi Futian. When he went to the Celestial Pavilion earlier, Yi Futian had claimed that he would know the answer at night. Now Yi Futian was at the West Court. What did that mean? Long Yan was confused when he saw Yi Futian. When he went to the Celestial Pavilion earlier, Yi Futian had claimed that he would know the answer at night. Now Yi Futian was at the West Court. What did that mean? Yi Futian walked up and said to the beauty beside Long Linger, "Greetings, madam." Madame Long nodded slightly. She naturally followed the news about her daughter. Seeing Yi Futian in person, she saw that he was handsome and even more extraordinary than Long Mu. Gu Yunqi studied Yi Futian too. She was curious about the person Long Linger would call so sweetly. "Feel at home. Sit." Madame Long smiled and nodded. Her voice was soft as a spring breeze. "Thank you, madam." Yi Futian nodded. Yang Xing led Yi Futian to a seat on the side. Long Linger's eyes moved, staying with Yi Futian. She blinked cutely too and Yi Futian shot her a look. If he knew it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. This girl was too tricky. "I've heard of how you took care of Linger these days. You've worked hard." Madame Long smiled at Yi Futian. Seeing her attitude, he understood that it wasn't the Dragon Clan who wanted to take the Celestial Pavilion back. It was just Long Yan or a portion of the people. Otherwise, the madam of the Dragon Clan wouldn't need to be so fake with him. "You're welcome. Linger is so smart. She doesn't need my help. I was just playing with her these days. I hope you won't be angry," Yi Futian said modestly. "The girl is stubborn." "She must have caused trouble," Madame Long said, smiling. She obviously knew her daughter's personality. "Mother, I'm very obedient," Long Linger whined. "Yes, you're obedient." Madame Long rolled her eyes and said to everyone, "Don't just chat. Try the food tonight." Everyone nodded and started enjoying the feast. While drinking, someone raised a glass to Yi Futian. "I want to toast you, sir." "Cheers." "Cheers." Yi Futian also raised his glass and drank in one shot. The other did the same and tipped the glass to show it. Putting it down, he said, "I heard that you are skilled with the Guqin and Linger had praised you. You must be well learned in it." No, I only know the basics," Yi Futian replied. "You're too modest. If you only know the basics, Linger wouldn't gift you the Celestial Pavilion," the man said conversationally. Many people put down their glasses and looked at Yi Futian. Just as how Long Mu had told Long Linger, the girl had given the pavilion to a stranger so casually. It wasn't much to the Dragon Clan, but it was very precious to a younger member of the clan. Only the top figures could have cultivation resource like that. After all, the Dragon Clan had a massive family industry. Most of the resources were for the seniors and geniuses. The younger ones couldn't get much. But then Long Linger randomly gave a study attendant an entire pavilion. The Dragon Clan members had to wonder about it. Long Linger glanced at the speaker. She was young, but she could tell something was wrong too. However, she couldn't pinpoint why. "I'm curious too. If Linger can be so impressed, you must be very talented. Since today happens to be Linger's birthday, how about you play something as a gift?" Long Yan said, smiling. "Great idea." Many disciples agreed. "Brother Futian, don't listen to them. Long Linger glared at them. It's all right. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Since it's Linger's birthday, I can play something. In that case, please. The people of the Dragon Clan smiled. Yi Futian stood up. Madame Long and Long Mu watched quietly. They were quite curious about Yi Futian's skill too. Yi Futian walked to the center. The gem on his ring shone and a guqin appeared. Seeing this, many youths narrowed their eyes. How did he have something so precious as a storage ring? Did this bastard use up his fortune from the Celestial Pavilion already? Someone as young as Yi Futian couldn't have something so precious. A storage ring wasn't that useful, but it was extremely hard to make. It required special material, so only people in the Sage Plane or the extremely wealthy could possess it. Earlier, they'd thought that Yi Futian's ring was only a regular accessory. They didn't think of storage rings. After all, rings were common while storage rings were rare. Long Linger gazed at Yi Futian in anticipation. Brother Futian's music was amazing. When Yi Futian started playing, his entire image changed. He closed his eyes, sensing the current atmosphere. Then his fingers touched the strings and the music notes started pulsing. The song was light, gentle, joyous, and graceful. Everyone sensed the song's artistic conception. They seemed to see a girl grow up without worry. She was innocent and pure. She was as energetic as an elf and could always bring happiness to others. Then she grew up and learned to worry. The music gradually grew heavier and sad. The depressing music made people feel like their hearts were crushed by a stone. They were deeply hurt. For some reason, Long Linger saw herself when she heard this song. She thought of many past things, such as the times when she was still innocent and carefree. As the music changed, she thought of her uncle and tears appeared at the corner of her eyes. Her heart hurt. Madame Long was shocked. Even with her cultivation level, she was still brought into the song's artistic conception. She gazed at Long Linger and saw the tears. The music slowed and the sadness faded. The girl gradually grew up and became stronger and more reliable. She faced the world and accepted everything. The listeners felt sunlight shining from the dark clouds. It fell on their faces and their hearts. It was very, very warm. Long Linger's tears disappeared. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in the artistic conception. The music gradually grew lighter. The dancing music notes seemed to be describing the scene before them. Long Linger opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Futian. She could tell what Yi Futian wanted to express from the music. The feeling was great. She would become strong and move on from the problems. Finally, the music stopped. Yi Futian sat quietly. Madame Long was impressed. The music had touched her. The song wasn't very high level, but just the artistic conception was a masterpiece. Plus, since it fit the environment so well, Yi Futian must have composed it himself. Gu Yunxi was also impressed. His skill was just as Long Linger had said. See, I didn't lie. Brother Futian's music is really touching, Long Linger said, smiling a bit proudly. Yi Futian put his guqin away and returned to his seat. Incredible, the youth from earlier said, clapping. Everyone has different skills in musical sorcery. I didn't think I would see such witchcraft today in a song to affect others with its artistic conception. Linger is young. No wonder she was affected. Long Huan, what are you saying? Long Linger glared furiously at the youth. Linger, you're still too young to understand people. This song is just a small trick. It's not worthy to be respected. Madame Long looked at Long Huan. She wasn't surprised at his attitude. After her brother had died, the Dragon Clan had become messy. If not for her husband's iron grip, the clan would probably still be in a mess. But even now, some of the older members still wanted control of the family, despite their respectful appearance. Long Huan was the descendant of an elder. He was obviously upset that Linger had given the Celestial Pavilion to an outsider. Not accusing Linger publicly was already due to her and her husband's authority. Yi Futian naturally became their scapegoat. Yes, Long Huan is a dragon master and is skilled with the guqin. He naturally knows about these things. Linger, don't be fooled by lowly people, Long Yan added. Others whispered amongst themselves. Enough, Madame Long said. Don't forget why you're here. With that, the entire banquet quieted down. Long Huan smiled. Madam, don't be angry. Today is Linger's birthday. I won't mention it again. Madam Long still had authority. Mother. Long Linger looked pitifully at her mother. Ling. Madam Long patted her head and didn't say anything else. Long Mu shot her a glance. This girl was still ignorant, so he didn't find it strange. Gu Yunqi gazed at Yi Futian. This scene must be incredibly insulting to him. But then Yi Futian smiled and said, Linger. Brother Futian. Long Linger looked guilty. It had been wrong to have him come. Silly girl. Yi Futian chuckled when he saw the guilt. The girl was stubborn, but she was still innocent. Yi Futian stood up and took out a badge. Going to Long Linger, he said, Take the Celestial Pavilion's badge. Everyone was shocked at this. Brother Futian, Long Linger said, standing up. I promise to give it to you. Don't listen to them. Someone came and asked me for it today too, so I just came to give it back. I may be a bit poor, but I'm not that lowly. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. Then he turned around and gazed at Long Huan. He smiled brilliantly. I am untalented and not skilled in musical sorcery, but I don't wish to be humiliated like this. Please give me some advice. Chapter 443. After Yi Futian spoke, everyone looked at him. After Yi Futian spoke, everyone looked at him. Long Huan froze and then laughed. Many people from the Dragon Clan laughed. Yi Futian wanted to challenge Long Huan over musical sorcery? Perhaps he didn't know what a Dragon Master was. Brother Futian. Linger was worried too. Yi Futian was very talented, but she knew how powerful her family's Dragon Masters were. Long Huan was a Dragon Master. Long Mu just glanced at Yi Futian. Why was he like this? If he was humiliated by Long Huan later, Linger would be sad. Long Huan swirled his glass of wine and smirked. A study attendant wanted to challenge him? He really didn't know his place. Madam, today is Linger's birthday, Long Huan said. There shouldn't be any fights, but a musical challenge is elegant too. Since he wishes it, I will fulfill his wish. It can help celebrate Linger's birthday and show everyone whether his music is witchcraft or not. He smiled and drank all his wine. Then he walked out of the crowd towards Yi Futian. I will advise you well. Long Huan smiled at Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian wanted advice, he wouldn't hold back. Madame Long waved her hand. Instantly, everyone rose and retreated to the back. They emptied the space for them. Clearly, Madame Long agreed to this challenge. Since both parties were willing, she didn't have to stop it. No matter who won, it was okay. If Yi Futian won, it meant Linger was right. If he lost, it meant he didn't deserve the Celestial Pavilion. Of course, Yi Futian would most likely lose. After all, Long Huan was a Dragon Master from the Dragon Clan. Yi Futian and Long Huan sat before each other. Yukins appearing. Yi Futian looked down at his instrument while Long Huan looked at Yi Futian. Eyes filled with scorn. Please, Yi Futian uttered. Long Huan didn't hold back and thrummed the instrument strings. The moment the music sounded, everyone felt a force. It was like a dragon's roar. Yi Futian lowered his head and laughed. He thought back to what had happened recently. It was the artistic conception in the song. His fingers moved past the strings. When the music sounded, the notes seemed to have some special power, dragging people into his artistic conception instantly. Sitting beside Madame Long, Gu Yunqi's chopsticks had fallen. She stared at Yi Futian in shock. This song. Madame Long looked at her, confused as to why she would lose her cool. Madame Long looked back over. Just as she'd expected, Long Huan's music was powerful while Yi Futian's was gentle. It seemed to be what Long Huan had said. Yi Futian's music was just for comforting little girls. The artistic conception was strong, but there was no power. Gu Yunqi didn't think so though, because she'd heard the entire piece. The artistic conception was describing the changes in someone's heart. The beginning was calm, but she knew how scary the second half was. Long Yan also had a strange expression. How? He'd heard this song earlier at the workshop and had wanted to buy it. Many people praised it. Gu Yunqi should be the one who'd bought it, so how come Yi Futian could play it? The others didn't know what they were thinking. The Dragon Clan continued watching it calmly. To them, there was no suspense in this fight. As expected, as they played, wind howled around Long Huan. The flowing air turned into a dragon. It roared and streaked towards Futian. However, there seemed to be a musical windstorm around Futian. Occasionally lightning flashed. It blocked the others' music. Behind Long Huan, a true dragon was born. Horrible air currents streamed. The dragon twisted and turned, flying towards Futian. Gu Yunxi was shocked. The dragon landed above Futian. Horrible air currents flowed as if many dragons were looking down at Futian. Long Huan's music melded into it. Then the dragon opened its mouth and released a world-shaking roar. It went to devour Futian. Futian didn't seem to see it. His fingers sped up. The calm and quiet music instantly turned chaotic. It seemed to sublimate in an instant. Lightning cracked and thunder roared. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, entangling with the dragon shadows. There was instantly a terrifying image. The dragon danced with the lightning. It was beautiful. What? Everyone looked at Futian in shock. His hands moved extremely quickly and the instrument strings quivered. Music notes pulsed wildly. The music was nothing like the peaceful song before. It went forward without stopping and broke through the heavens. At this time, all the thunder spiritual chi in the world seemed to be controlled. It flowed through and shone around Futian. His white robes fluttered in the wind. The gentle youth seemed to have changed, shining with sharp brilliance. Everyone at the banquet was shaken. They stared at Futian with sharp eyes. Shock also flashed past Madame Long's eyes. The artistic conception had changed, becoming a wild and aggressive storm. It was still getting stronger. She could sense that all thunder spiritual chi was controlled by the music. Crack! Bolts of lightning arrived. Endless lightning flashed. Long Huan felt his mind get attacked continuously. In his mind there was a horrible storm destroying everything. His expression grew serious. He didn't relax anymore and played furiously. However, there seemed to be an endless chain of lightning. It wrapped down on the dragons and tore them apart. Then they snaked towards his body. Behind Long Huan there was a powerful roar. A dragon spirit appeared, shaking the world. But the moment it appeared, endless lightning wrapped around it to kill it. Futian's music was still getting stronger. It was unstoppable in its power. The shocking power destroyed the space and shrouded Long Huan. There was a huge boom. The thunder fell and shattered Long Huan's guqin. Dust flew and the music stopped. Futian's music continued. Lightning flashed before him, staring like cold snakes. He seemed to be showing off. Long Huan's expression looked dead. He was so humiliated. It may be just a small trick, but I can use it against someone who doesn't understand music, Futian said coolly. His music slowed and then stopped. The banquet was silent. Long Huan himself had said Futian's music was a small trick, and that he would advise Futian. But how did he do it? The Dragon Master had been mocked for not understanding music. It was so insulting. Futian didn't hurt him, but that one sentence could pierce Long Huan's heart. How do you know this song? Long Yan asked Futian. Could he have been the man? Long Yan, what's going on? Someone asked. Long Yan knew this song? I went to the music workshop to choose a song for Linger, and someone was auctioning this song. Many people praised it, but Miss Yunxi must have bought it in the end. Many people looked to Gu Yunxi. Gu Yunxi was shocked. She looked to Madame Long. Chapter 444. Long Huan's body slammed onto the ground, shaking. He wasn't hurt. Futian couldn't hurt him much in the Dragon Clan. But if he could choose, he wished that today wouldn't happen. Long Huan's body slammed onto the ground, shaking. He wasn't hurt. Futian couldn't hurt him much in the Dragon Clan. But if he could choose, he wished that today wouldn't happen. He'd completely humiliated himself today. He'd mocked Futian's music as little tricks and wanted to advise Futian, but he ended up being destroyed. Futian played carelessly but defeated him. He wanted to compete in martial arts, but it was even worse. He couldn't even take a hit. Do you even qualify for martial arts? Those words slapped him strongly. He was a dragon master from the Dragon Clan, But he'd embarrassed himself so much before a study attendant. He had lost all face. Everyone at the banquet stared at them. Their hearts pounded wildly. Study attendant? Little tricks? Who now still doubted whether Yi Futian had helped Long Linger? Even Long Linger herself couldn't believe this. She'd only listened to Yi Futian play a few songs, and he'd taught her the Dragon Master music. She didn't think Yi Futian would be so powerful. Brother Futian, Long Linger called softly. She felt guilty. Yi Futian was so extraordinary, but she'd made him into a study attendant and had him get humiliated at the Dragon Clan. She felt bad because this was all due to her stubbornness. Right now, Yi Futian turned towards Madame Long and bowed slightly. Madam, today I only came to return the Celestial Pavilion's badge and stayed because it was Linger's birthday. I didn't want to be humiliated, so I had to prove myself. I'm sorry if I caused any disturbances. No, I'm not strict enough with my juniors. It isn't your fault. Madame Long looked at the handsome youth before him. She couldn't find anything wrong with Yi Futian's words. Long Huan had asked for this beating and it was good to teach him a lesson. Thank you for your understanding, Yi Futian said, bowing. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. He continued. I'm going now. I'll move out of the Celestial Pavilion and we'll see each other if fate allows it. This has nothing to do with you. Don't be sad. Yi Futian smiled at her. Hearing that he was going to move out and thinking of how people told him before to leave, Long Linger felt that Yi Futian had been wronged. Her eyes reddened and said to the crowd, since you didn't come genuinely anyway, let's just stop this birthday celebrating. You don't have to pretend anymore. Just go. With that, she walked out and jogged to Yi Futian. Grabbing his arm, she asked, Brother Futian, you won't stay with me anymore? Yi Futian looked at her teary eyes and felt a headache. He knew this girl was a good actress, but he really couldn't stand the puppy eyes. The Dragon Clan were shocked too. The princess' relationship with Yi Futian was better than they'd thought. Yi Futian looked over at Madame Long. She just smiled and nodded, so Yi Futian also smiled wryly. He just beat someone from the Dragon Clan. Was this okay? I'll spend some more time with you. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. Long Linger's eyes brightened immediately. She looked up at Yi Futian and giggled. She was very silly and naive. She took Yi Futian away, ignoring the Dragon Clan. Madame Long looked at everyone and asked quietly, Are you satisfied now? Everyone looked down. With Madame Long's intelligence, she obviously knew what they were thinking. They'd wanted to make a scene over this, but sadly, Long Huan had lost too badly. It was too humiliating. If your attitude is still like this, there's no need to waste time for another visit. Go back now. Act as if nothing has happened. You cannot mention it or cause trouble for him, Madame Long said. Long Huan was already up. Madame Long said they couldn't mention it, but many people in the Dragon Clan would still know. He was still embarrassed. Everyone rose, bowed, and retreated. The crowd quickly dispersed. Madame Long glanced at Long Linger and shook her head, smiling wryly. Oh, that girl. Long Mu spend more time with Yunxi. You young people should talk well. Okay. Long Mu nodded. I'll go check Mr. Feng. Madame Long left with a smile, clearly giving Long Mu a chance with Gu Yunxi. They obviously could tell too. Gu Yunxi smiled and asked, What do you think about him? Clearly, she was asking about Yi Futian. You're skilled in music. The artistic conception is nice. I'm sure he's quite talented. As for martial arts, it's hard to tell from that simple exchange. Long Huan is good, but he's not the best in the Dragon Clan. But if he can defeat Long Huan, he must be quite good too, Long Mu said. Yes. Gu Yunxi nodded. She thought back to Yi Futian's brilliance while he played. He'd performed 3 songs. Did he really write those brilliant songs? Long Linger dragged Yi Futian back to her room, but Yi Futian asked Linger, Who was the woman beside your mother? Long Linger froze and then glared at Yi Futian. You think Sister Yunxi is pretty, don't you? Do you like her now? Where do you get those ideas? Yi Futian knocked against her head. Didn't she say that she would give you a song? That was the song I sold, so I'm curious. Oh, then that's coincidental. But it's bad that there's such a beauty before you. But you think of someone else. Long Linger's fierce expression was quite cute. Yi Futian was speechless. Yes, she's a beauty, but it'll be a few years for you, Yi Futian said, smiling. I knew you don't have good ideas. Sister Yunqi is the daughter of the Gu clan and a famous beauty. She's cultivating at the Starry School and likes the Guqin. When my uncle was alive, the two families wanted her and my brother to get married. But we don't talk about it anymore. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. Do you really have thoughts? The girl asked cautiously. How come you're so gossipy? Yi Futian was speechless. I'm jealous. The girl pouted. The piece she gave me is better than your gift. Yi Futian stared at Long Linger. She bought that. Does it count? Her logic. I don't care. You have to give me something better, the girl said, clutching Yi Futian's elbow. Yi Futian wanted to hit his head. His head hurt. He shouldn't have stayed. Or at least give me something similar. Long Linger shook his elbow. Brother Futian, you can't give up your sister for a beauty. Brother Futian, can you be a brother? You have to keep visiting me after leaving. Now Yi Futian realized what the girl was doing. She was scared that he would leave forever, so she tried to keep him here. Seeing Long Linger look at him with beautiful and innocent eyes, Yi Futian softened. Okay, I'll give you a song, but don't tell anyone other than your parents that it's from me. Okay. Long Linger nodded. Yi Futian's ring flashed and a copied score appeared in Yi Futian's hands. He handed it to Long Linger. Learn it well and comprehend as much as you can. Don't force it. Okay. Long Linger clutched the score and giggled. Looking at Yi Futian, she said, I know that you're the best. You suck too, Yi Futian mumbled. He lost to a little girl. Who else? Long Linger asked playfully. Your aunt, Yi Futian said. Auntie must be pretty, Long Linger said. Of course. She's the prettiest girl in the world. She's my wife after all, Yi Futian said proudly. Long Linger giggled. Brother Futian, you're so self-conceited. It's called confidence. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. All right. I gave you the present and now I'm going back. Go spend time with your mom. Then this. Linger held the Celestial Pavilion's badge. Put it away. Yi Futian smiled and turned to leave. Long Linger looked at his back, not wanting him to leave. Brother Futian, I'm going to look for you tomorrow. You're so annoying, Yi Futian muttered. I'll annoy you to death. Long Linger smiled brightly. Not long after Yi Futian left, a woman stopped him and bowed. Mr. Yi. Who are you? Yi Futian asked. My lady said that your music is worth more than what you've received. She has a private courtyard in the Divine Sky City and wishes to give it to you, the woman said. She looked somewhere and Yi Futian followed her eyes. He saw a beautiful woman standing there. She smiled and nodded. Afraid I have nowhere to live? Yi Futian thought. Then he smiled and shook his head. Thank your lady for me. However, the music is worth more than this. But those who truly understand its value will treasure it more. With that, Yi Futian walked away. He didn't accept the gift. After Yi Futian left, Long Linger took out the music. She discovered that the piece was very difficult. She couldn't play it even after many tries. Seeing her immersed in it, Madame Long didn't disturb her. She just watched quietly. Mr. Feng stood beside her. What piece is that? Madame Long asked. It seems very hard. She's tried so many times. Is she bad at comprehending it? I don't know. Linger isn't bad at comprehending. The elder shook his head and listened quietly. As Long Linger practiced more, she could play one part haltingly. The elder's expression grew serious. What's wrong? Madame Long asked after seeing his serious expression. Listen closely. The elder closed his eyes. Long Linger kept trying with a serene smile. She was immersed in it. But then, the elder flashed and appeared before Long Linger. Madame Long followed with a shocked expression. Long Linger looked up and said in confusion, Grandpa Feng, mother? Linger, what song is this? The elder asked. I don't know. Long Linger shook her head. Can I see it? The elder asked. Long Linger hesitated. Linger, Madame Long called. What was wrong with her? Grandpa Feng, you have to give it back, Long Linger said. The elder nodded and took the music score. His expression grew even more serious and he even shook uncontrollably. Mr. Feng. Madame Long was a bit shocked. Is the song very special? Madam. The elder put down the score and looked at her. If I'm not wrong, this should be one of the top 10 songs of the Divine Prefecture Yukio. Chapter 445. On the last night of the 10,004th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, a crescent hung high in the sky. On the last night of the 10,004th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, a crescent hung high in the sky. In the Zhongzhou City region of the Barren State, there was a group of extremely luxurious, palace-like buildings. At the top of a building there was a richly decorated house. At the moment, there were two very beautiful figures standing on the house, staring at the dazzling scene before them. In the distance, fireworks bloomed brilliantly in the sky. However, the two still seemed to be somewhat lonely, even though the place they were at looked fantastic. This was the Zhuge family, a top clan in the Barren State. Do you miss him? One of the ladies suddenly asked as she smiled and looked at the younger, fairy-like lady beside her. At the moment, the fairy-like lady was looking up at the lonely moon. Yup. Hua Jieyu nodded gently and grinned brightly. He must also be looking at the moon and thinking of me now. Does he dare not to? Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said. Now he should be in the Barren State as well. I wonder which small city he is in. He should have already gotten a map of the Barren State and know where the Zhuge family is at. Sister, how long do you think he would need to come here? Hua Jieyu asked softly. I guess he will come once he reaches the noble plain. With such a pretty girlfriend outside, how could he not be anxious? Zhuge Hui said, smiling. With you taking care of me, why should he be worried? Hua Jieyu stared at Zhuge Mingyue, and her clear eyes were filled with gratefulness. Sister, thank you. You don't have to thank me. I will wait for him to return my favor to you, Zhuge Mingyue remarked jokingly. He promised me that in the future he will protect me. By that time, remember to remind him about it. No problem. I will do so with him. Hua Jieyu grinned brightly. In this year, the sister had done so many things for her that she could hardly pay it back. In particular, not long ago, the sister had offered a fate-changing opportunity to her. I know that you love him. Zhuge Mingyue smiled. Sister Jieyu, we should go. They are urging us. Suddenly, a pure and charming figure walked over. It was Beitang Xing'er, the sixth disciple of the cottage. All right. Zhuge Mingyue nodded, after which she and Hua Jieyu turned around and walked down from the house. The three people walked together in the Zhuge family. On their way, many people looked at them. Some seemed to be envious while others were filled with admiration, especially when they saw the fairy-like lady under the moonlight. Her name was Hua Jieyu and she had returned with Zhuge Mingyue. She had an exquisite look and moreover was so young, attracting the attention of countless people in the Zhuge family. However, Zhuge Mingyue had been protecting her closely, and so nobody dared to touch her. Nobody knew why Zhuge Mingyue was so good to her. Not long ago, Zhuge Mingyue even gave the life-changing opportunity to evolve her talents to Hua Jieyu. That day, everyone in the Zhuge family paid much attention to Zhuge Mingyue. But the person who walked out was Hua Jieyu. Nobody would forget the scene. The fairy-like lady appeared with a seven-colored halo around her body as if she was a goddess from heaven. The talents of Hua Jieyu, who already had all the elements, were evolved further, and she became a super-rare ultimate sorcerer, a divine spiritual sorcerer. That day, many people thought that the leader of the family would be furious, but because of the birth of a divine spiritual sorcerer, the leader did not blame Zhuge Mingyue. Instead, he only heaved a sigh, not knowing why his daughter would choose this. The eastern region of the Barren State, Divine Sky City, Celestial Pavilion. The place was filled with a melodious music which displayed how much the musician missed someone. Moonlight poured down onto a handsome face, and the courtyard seemed to be extremely peaceful. After a long while, the music slowly stopped. Futian moved his finger from the strings and lifted his head to look at the moon in the sky. In the Zhuge family, is Jieyu also looking at the moon just like me? Is she doing well? The second sister will definitely not let her be mistreated. Thinking of the second sister, Futian smiled. He was not used to not having the second sister beside him. He really enjoyed the times when he was protected by her. Now, the second sister must also be protecting Jieyu just like how she had protected him. Not far away from Yi Futian, a single-armed figure was sitting down quietly. He was similarly looking up at the crescent. The moon delivers love thousands of miles away. Clearly, Yi Wuchen was also thinking of someone. You're thinking about Chenyu, Yi Futian said softly. I left her behind and came to the barren state. It has been such a long while. She must be hating me so much, Yi Wuchen said softly. Then you should focus on cultivation and go back next time to marry her, Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen did not speak and only sat there in silence. Yi Futian smiled and continued playing the guqin. The melodious music passed with time, and the 10,004th year of the divine prefecture calendar finally passed. The next morning the courtyard was extremely quiet. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. A bright smile then appeared on his face. It was another new start. On the previous night, his spiritual energy broke through and his sorcery entered the middle arcana plane. The effect of the dragon grass last time was still present, thereby allowing him to break through again in such a short period of time. Furthermore, he felt that after the medicated baths over these few days, his physical strength was also about to break through soon. Yu Sheng walked over and asked Yi Futian, "Do we leave today?" "Yup," Yi Futian nodded. "Where have you been last night? Why didn't I see you?" "After the medicated bath, I have been cultivating. My martial arts level has increased," Yu Sheng answered. Yi Futian was momentarily stunned, after which he smiled brightly. His spiritual energy had broken through, while Yu Sheng did so for his martial arts. It seemed that they were both not far away from the complete middle arcana plane. Suddenly, Shen Yu walked in from the outside hurriedly. Noticing her expression, Yi Futian asked, "What happened?" "Miss Long is here." A strange look appeared in Shen Yu's eyes because it was not just Long Linger who was here. Linger? A weird expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Did she really come here? "Brother Futian." Yi Futian heard a voice from the distance, after which he saw an elf-like figure walking towards him. Behind her, there was another person, a very beautiful lady. This caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Standing up, he greeted, "Madam, please don't be so polite." "I just wanted to chat with you," Madame Long said, smiling. "Sure." Yi Futian nodded and signaled to Shen Yu. Shen Yu understood his intent and bowed, after which she left. At the moment she could not remain calm. The female leader of West Mountain Dragon Clan actually came to visit Yi Futian herself. Madame Long glanced at the other few people and Yi Futian said, "They're all very close to me." "Madam, you can say it directly. You are from the Eastern Barren Territory, right?" Madame Long stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Madame Long, after which he smiled and nodded. "It seems like you have also heard about what happened in the Eastern Barren Territory." When he gave Linger the music score, he was already expecting this to happen, but it was much quicker than he thought. The Yukio was not a secret and it was easy to find out that he was the person who had obtained it. However, he had told Linger that she could only tell her parents about it. During the banquet on the previous night, Yi Futian had a good impression of Madame Long. Although he could be exposed, there was no resentment or conflict of interest between the Dragon Clan and him. Therefore, the leader of the Dragon Clan would almost certainly not sell him out. After all, he was but an unimportant figure and the Dragon Clan had no reasons to betray him. Hence it should not cause any problems. "Yes, I have heard about it before," Madame Long nodded. Then she took out a badge and added, "You should continue to take Celestial Pavilion. Since Linger has given this to you, it's inappropriate for me to take it back. In the future, nobody in the Dragon Clan will say anything about it." "Heir." Yi Futian stared at Madame Long obviously. He knew that it was completely different to receive the badge from Madame Long as compared to Long Linger. After all, Long Linger was still young and did not have much right to speak in the family. Thus the disciples of Dragon Clan dared to call him into question. However, it would be totally different if Madame Long gave him Celestial Pavilion. If he was a person whom the Madame regarded highly of, nobody would dare to say a thing. Madame Long smiled and continued, "You have all come from thousands of miles away. Even though you are all talented, Your cultivation will still be delayed by the lack of resources. Do you plan to keep selling music scores in the future? Furthermore, if you run into any trouble in the future, being the owner of Celestial Pavilion will help you at least partially. If you still reject this, I would have come here for nothing. Yi Futian knew that Madame Long was saying the truth. Dragon Clan had bought Celestial Pavilion and Madame Long gave it to him. Being the owner of Celestial Pavilion would, therefore, mean that he had Dragon Clan behind his back. This would clearly cause the rest to be somewhat scared of him. This being the case, I'll thank you for the gift, madam. Since Madame Long had already said so, Yi Futian could not reject the offer. Thus he could only take the badge which he had returned again. Haha. Seeing the scene, Long Linger smiled happily. I'll take my leave first, Madame Long said, smiling. Both of them did not mention about the Yukio, as if they had had an unspoken agreement. Brother Futian, the exams of the top 3 schools are approaching. I have to cultivate hard for a while. By that time, you must come and cheer for me. Long Linger said to Yi Futian. Absolutely. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Madame Long brought Long Linger and left. Yi Futian looked at the badge in his hand and a strange expression appeared on his face. Does this mean that we no longer have to leave? Yu Sheng muttered. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. He also did not expect Madame Long to deliver the badge here herself. The 10,005th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar was a new starting point for many. Over these days, Yi Futian and his friends had been cultivating quietly in Celestial Pavilion and growing stronger by the day, until Yi Futian and Yu Sheng completely entered the middle arcana plane, while Yi Wuchen entered the 5th level of the arcana plane. The 3 had all become stronger and were heading towards the noble plane. Divine Sky City was slowly becoming livelier. The exams of the top 3 schools were approaching and there were more and more outsiders in the city. Many people crossed over vast distances to come to Divine Sky City, just so that they would not miss the exams this year. At the moment, a group of people arrived outside Starry School in Divine Sky City. Among them there was a beautiful lady. She looked at the majestic college before her which she longed to join. Not far away, a pretty figure approached her and shouted, Euro? Sister! Wang Euro shouted, smiling. She had also come to Divine Sky City. Chapter 446. Celestial Pavilion, Fairy Pool. Celestial Pavilion, Fairy Pool. Today Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing came to this place again, along with Wang Yuqing's sister Wang Euro. Euro, the entrance examination of Starry School will be held tomorrow. Today you should relax and try out the delicacies here. Jiang Nan said gentlemanly, smiling. Today he would be treating Wang Euro to welcome her after her tiring journey, and to wish her success in the upcoming examination. Wang Euro was going to take part in the assessment of Starry School. Jiang Nan, we don't have to come here, Wang Yuqing said. It was too luxurious for them to come to Celestial Pavilion. Euro, didn't you ask where Yi Futian is? Last time we met him precisely here, Jiang Nan said. Wang Euro frowned gently. She did not really like Jiang Nan as he always had an arrogant attitude. Although he was chasing her sister, he always liked to display his superiority. In addition, after she asked for Yi Futian's whereabouts, Jiang Nan had always been indirectly satirizing Yi Futian, as if he was trying to display how outstanding he was and to belittle Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian may not be as bright as the geniuses from the top 3 schools, he had had some relationship with Wang family after all. Before they left, Wang Euro's grandfather also asked her sister to take care of him. However, after they arrived here they departed and it seemed like their relationship was not very good. Did he come here to eat as well? Wang Euro asked. Eat? Jiang Nan said, smiling. That friend of yours is quite skilled. In some way, he managed to have some relationship with West Mountain Dragon Clan, and become the servant of the Lady of Dragon Clan. He was following behind her that day. Wang Euro frowned, after which she said, It's impossible. According to her understanding of Yi Futian, he was a very proud person and would never become someone's servant. She had had some contact with Yi Futian and clearly knew what kind of person he was. Ask your sister then, Jiang Nan said, smiling. Wang Yuro looked at her sister who nodded gentle. Yuro, don't view a person with a fixed mindset. Divine Sky City is different from Wang family. Sister, Grandpa asked you to take care of him. How did it end up like this? Wang Yuro said, unhappy. I would have tried to take care of him if he could enter Starry School. However, since he has chosen a path of self-degradation, what can I do? Wang Yuqing replied. Let's not talk about him and start eating. Tomorrow you need to work hard and try to enter Starry School. Wang Yuro did not say anything else but only sighed in her heart. If she could enter Starry School, how could Yi Futian not? The talents that Yi Futian had displayed that time were far better than hers. Suddenly loud noises came from the fairy pool. Jiang Nan and the rest turned their heads around and saw a group of people walking towards their direction. The leader of the group was extremely charming and attractive. She's Gu Yunxi. A strange look appeared in Jiang Nan's eyes. Gu Yunxi was a famous beauty in Divine Sky City. She was cultivating in Starry School. In the college, countless geniuses tried to chase her. Today, she actually came to Celestial Pavilion. Wang Yuqing similarly stared at Gu Yunxi. Although she was also quite beautiful, when she saw Gu Yunxi she still felt somewhat embarrassed. A beauty like Gu Yunxi was destined to attract the attention of everyone in the world. An ordinary person would not even dare to think about chasing her. Gu Yunxi walked into an attic along the covered bridge. Many men were slightly disappointed as they could no longer see the exquisite face. However, they would still occasionally look in that direction, hoping to see her again. Some people also chatted about who would eventually be able to chase a lady like Gu Yunxi. Jiang Nan, who had been paying attention to the situation, sneered in his heart. Indeed, Yi Futian came out this early. It was not so easy to seek connections with powerful people. Gu Yunxi was not someone that he could dream of getting close to. Yi Futian! Wang Yuro shouted, standing up. Yi Futian looked at her when she asked, will you go to the examination in Starry School tomorrow? No. Yi Futian shook his head. Why not? Wang Yuro asked curiously. It's good to cultivate in Celestial Pavilion. Yi Futian smiled. He had his own plans. How unashamed. Wang Yuqing stared coldly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at her and frowned. Then Wang Yuro said, I think there is a misunderstanding between you and my sister. Why don't you explain it now? Explain. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Am I even that close to her? Then he smiled and added, I have something else. I'll leave first. After that, he turned around and really left. Chapter 447. After Yi Futian finishing speaking, he actually left directly, leaving the stunned Wang Yuro behind. She did not expect the relationship between Yi Futian and her sister to be so bad already. After Yi Futian finishing speaking, he actually left directly, leaving the stunned Wang Yuro behind. She did not expect the relationship between Yi Futian and her sister to be so bad already. That time when Wang Linfeng introduced Yi Futian to her, she already found out that Yi Futian was extremely proud from their conversation. Wang Yuro also saw her sister's attitude just now. Clearly, she had humiliated Yi Futian in the past. It seemed like her grandfather should not have asked her sister to bring Yi Futian here. At first, her grandfather just wanted them to become friends, but the exact opposite thing happened. This is absurd. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuqing's face darkened. We're indeed not very close to him in the first place. Yuqing, you shouldn't be angry with this kind of person, Jiang Nan said, smiling. If you miss the registration tomorrow, does it mean that you cannot enter Starry School? Wang Yuro asked. Of course. In the assessment tomorrow, the college will first examine if the talents of its applicants meet the requirement, which will form the first round of filtering. In this round, most people will be eliminated. If a person doesn't even register, he clearly cannot enter the top 3 schools, unless he's an extreme genius whom the college will admit as an exception, Wang Yuqing said. The next day would be the greatest event in Divine Sky City in the new year. The whole city would be paying attention to it and countless people would sign up for the assessment of the top 3 schools. Wang Yuro sighed. Was Yi Futian really not going to take part? She thought that Yi Futian wanted the map of the barren state and come to Divine Sky City in order to find a better place to cultivate. However, it seemed like he preferred freedom rather than being bound to a single place. Wang Yuro wondered if she could pass the first round the next day. All the talents in the eastern region of the barren state would be gathered together, and even she who was a genius in Yunhua City would seem insignificant in the top 3 schools. Do you know him? Someone suddenly said in a gentle tone. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing turned their heads and saw a charming figure standing on the covered bridge. When Wang Yuqing raised her head and saw Gu Yunqi, she could not help but feel inferior. Why was Gu Yunqi asking about Yi Futian? Jiang Nan stared at the elegant lady and nodded, yes. He did not even dare to have any wild wishes about Gu Yunqi, and could only look up to her. Since you know him, why are you defaming him behind his back? Gu Yunqi asked. She heard them discuss Yi Futian. A strange expression appeared on Jiang Nan's face. Seemed like Yi Futian was really skilled. He had only entered the attic for such a short period of time, and yet Gu Yunqi was already asking about him. Naturally, he would not have guessed that Yi Futian and Gu Yunqi already knew each other before this. After all, from his perspective, Yi Futian could clearly not be able to know Gu Yunqi given his status. The difference between their statuses is like an impassable gap. Ms. Gu, I must say that this person has a poor character. At first, he was cultivating in a small city and asked us to bring him to Divine Sky City. After he arrived here, instead of cultivating hard and trying to join the top 3 schools, he only wanted to seek connections with people in power. He always tries to take shortcuts, which is really contemptible, Jiang Nan said. Although he would never have a close relationship with Gu Yunqi, he still did not want her to doubt his character before him. Therefore, he belittled Yi Futian as such. Seek connections? Gu Yunqi thought about the music elegance. It was no wonder that he would play such a piece. His experience was described flawlessly by the music. In particular, on the last day of the last year in West Court, he vented all his emotions through music. Gu Yunqi smiled. If Yi Futian only wanted to seek connections, why would he keep his distance from her? He could have used this opportunity to get closer to her. I got it, Gu Yunqi said emotionlessly, after which she left the place. She suddenly understood why Yi Futian would leave just like this. He was in total disdain. Jiang Nan sat down only after he watched Gu Yunqi leave. He obviously did not understand why Gu Yunqi would say that she got it and only remarked, a person with such a poor character still wants to seek connections with the powerful, but he does not know that some things can never be hidden. The next morning, the entire Divine Sky City was buzzing with excitement. The top 3 schools would hold an assessment and recruit new disciples every year on this day. This year was no exception. This day, countless people in Divine Sky City rushed to the top 3 schools to register for the assessment. The first round was the most basic assessment, the examination of talents. The examiners in the college would look at the age, level, life spirit, and dharma of each applicant, as well as how well the sorcerers could control their spells, how strong the martial arts cultivators were, the sword techniques of the swordsman, and so on. They would look at many different general areas and decide if the applicant could enter the next round. This was also the cruelest round. Because there were too many applicants, most people would be eliminated in this round. Those who did not have outstanding talents would certainly not be able to pass the round. Only those who had extraordinary characteristics could enter the next round. On this day, many people would be overjoyed and many heartbroken. Many people who traveled thousands of miles from a small city far away to Divine Sky City might be eliminated after only a preliminary examination. Those who dared to sign up were certainly not too weak, but when compared to the entire eastern region they might seem just very ordinary. Of course, a group of extremely outstanding people would also appear on this day. The genius juniors of the top clans who had already become famous before the assessment all displayed astonishing talents. Some people had twin spirits while others had unique talents. For example, the dragon girl from the dragon clan had just passed her 14th birthday, and she was already a Dharma Plane Dragon Master. Although she had just entered the Dharma Plane, it was still sufficient for people to exclaim about what a good start the descendants of top clans could get. Countless ordinary people would start too far behind to even catch up with them because they would receive the best resources from birth. When they just began to cultivate, they could already pass the basic levels one after another. Their foundations were very stable, and they would not experience any obstacles at all. However, all the happenings seemed to be completely unrelated to Futian. He was still cultivating quietly in Celestial Pavilion, trying to enter the noble plane as early as he could. Only then would he be strong enough to roam the barren state. In the evening, Celestial Pavilion was particularly lively, perhaps even packed. The disciples of the major clans who had passed the first round all came here to celebrate. Longlinger was also here, but she did not go to the fairy pool. Instead, she came to Futian's courtyard to question him. Noticing the girl's fierce look, Futian laughed and said, "Who made my Linger angry? What do you think?" Longlinger stared angrily at Futian. "You agreed that you will go and cheer for me during the assessment. Why didn't I see you? Today the whole city is there. With so many people, can you even see me in the crowd?" Futian said. "Did you go?" Longlinger blinked. "See, you don't even know whether I went. So what difference would it make even if I went?" Futian said, smiling. "You're just being unreasonable." Longlinger complained. "I know that the first round of assessment will take 3 days and countless people will participate. It's meaningless for me to go and watch. After 3 days I'll be there to cheer for you," Futian said, smiling. "Really?" Longlinger stared at Futian in suspicion. "It's not a lie?" "I never lie," Futian replied. "I'll trust you for once," Longlinger said doubtfully. Then she smiled and walked up to hug Futian. "Brother Futian, come and eat with me." After that, she pulled Futian towards the outside. Futian was speechless but could not do anything about it. 3 days later, the area outside Starry School was packed with people. Countless people stared at the holy land of the eastern region. Today, Starry School will officially start to decide those people who could become a disciple of the college. Outside the gates, there was a riot of voices as many people discussed the assessment of Starry School. The selection in the last 3 days was really cruel and so many people were eliminated. Some people were eliminated right after they said their age and level, and did not even get a chance to display their skills. This is inevitable. Every year, countless people will sign up for the assessment. The examiners are clearly not so patient. If the age and level of an applicant do not meet the requirement, he will be eliminated. This time, who do you think will be the most popular newcomers? There are already 2 young people who have attracted much attention. You mean the Dragon Girl from West Mountain and Young Rock from Jin Clan? That's right. Both of them are so young but already so outstanding. The Dragon Girl from West Mountain is a Dragon Master, while the Young Rock is said to be the most talented junior in Jin Clan at the moment. They are both not even 15 yet. As the crowd chatted, people who had tokens in their hands stepped into Starry School one after another, walking towards the vast square in the college. There were already countless people. Those who passed the first round would obtain a token, and they could enter the college directly for the second round. Only their family members and friends could enter and watch the battle, while the rest could only watch from outside the school. Suddenly, a dragon howl was heard. An ice dragon dived down from the sky and landed outside Starry School. Many people walked out of the way and looked at the girl before them. It was clearly Longlinger. However, when Longlinger reached the gates of Starry School, she stopped and turned around to look at the crowd, as if she was looking for someone. Suddenly, a group walked out of the crowd. It was Futian and his friends. "Brother Futian," Longlinger shouted, smiling. Immediately, countless people looked at Futian. "Who was this guy? I have brought them here to watch the assessment." Futian pointed at Yushang and the others who were beside him. "No problem," Longlinger nodded. Then she gave the token to the guards at the gates and brought Futian and the rest inside. Everyone could recognize the little princess from West Mountain, so the guards would clearly not stop Futian. Moreover, they were allowed to enter in the first place. The group entered Starry School. The vast square before them was already filled with countless people. In addition, there were also members of Starry School on the stairs at the front with many disciples of Starry School behind them. They came here to see their newly admitted juniors. Long Mu, Jin Yunxiao, Gu Yunxi, Jiang Nan, Wang Yuqing, and many other people were all here already. Chapter 448. The square in Starry School was extremely huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the viewing platform in front, one could get a very good view of the entire square in just one glance. The square in Starry School was extremely huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the viewing platform in front, one could get a very good view of the entire square in just one glance. When Long Linger appeared, many people started to pay attention to her. The top clans in Divine Sky City were all able to attract much attention. In addition, many people in the top 3 schools in Divine Sky City were in fact from the top clans. After all, the various top clans had all existed for at least 1,000 years and had very stable foundations in Divine Sky City as they passed down the generations. It was obvious that they would have people in the top 3 schools, and many people knew this well. Of course, on the surface, the people who controlled Starry School were still those from the school itself. Long Mu looked at Long Linger, while Gu Yunxi looked at Yi Futian. A few days ago, Yi Futian had said that he would not join Starry School. Thus he was here probably to accompany Long Linger. Jiang Nan and Wang Yuqing were standing together. Seeing Yi Futian and his friends who were behind Long Linger, they immediately had a mocking expression on their face. Smiling, Jiang Nan said, "It's no wonder that he's not participating in the assessment. Since his master is joining the school, it's clearly inappropriate for him as a servant to take part as well." Wang Yuqing seemed to be somewhat disgusted, perhaps because of Yi Futian's words before he left on that day. She disliked Yi Futian more and more. He had a poor character and weak background but still had a holier-than-thou attitude. Turning her eyes, Wang Yuqing found one person in the crowd. It was her sister Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro passed the first round of assessment and survived the cruel elimination. However, Wang Yuqing knew well that the real assessment was only about to begin. Today, most people would still be eliminated. Yi Futian and Long Linger stood among the crowd. There were fewer people in the college than the outside, but they still managed to fill the square. At the front of the stairs before them, there was a row of elders of the college. They were the examiners of the assessment and were in charge of selecting the disciples. If there were any doubts, the more senior members behind them would decide. Every year on this day, many important people in the college would come here themselves. After all, the strength of the newcomers of Starry School would determine the strength of Starry School in the future. Only when they were always strong, the school could maintain its excellence. Moreover, there were 3 top schools in Divine Sky City, and none of them wanted to lose to the other 2. There was intense competition between the schools and also frequent conflicts between the disciples of the different schools. Standing behind Long Linger, Yi Futian asked softly, "How many people are in this round? And how many would the college choose?" After the first round of elimination, there are about over 10,000 people left. Next, it will be the actual combat round. Every year Starry School admits roughly 1,000 people, but this is not fixed. If the applicants are stronger on the whole, they would admit more people, and less people if they are weaker in general, Long Linger replied. "That's less than 1 in 10, Yi Futian muttered. Furthermore, there were even more people eliminated in the first round. In the first round, applicants were quickly selected based on their ages, levels, talents, and other general areas, while the second round would simply be actual battles. This was indeed the most efficient method. Moreover, in the combat assessment, the applicants would not be fighting against each other. Instead, they would be fighting against a Starry School disciple of the same level as them. This was simple and direct as the examiners could see the difference at once. If an applicant could win a Starry School disciple of the same level, he would undoubtedly become a disciple himself, but most people would lose. In that case, it would depend on their performance during the combat. People who performed well would be admitted directly, and those who performed very poorly would be eliminated. The rest would enter a waiting list and be selected again in a final assessment. This was the entire process which Starry School used to choose its disciples. In this way, it could efficiently select the most outstanding group of people to enter the college. Time passed slowly. An elder on the stairs raised his head to look at the position of the sun, after which he said, "Time's up." Close the gates and reject the latecomers. Yes, the guards outside the college replied. If a person was late for such an important assessment, he could forget about joining the college as he was too poorly disciplined. Since you're all here, let's start now. I believe all of you know the rules. Just like the previous years, we'll start from the 9th level of the Arcana plane, the elder continued. Starry School disciples, you may enter the arena. After he finished speaking, a group of people walked out from both sides of the stairs towards the center of the square. There were 9 of them. Applicants, 9 of you may enter, the elder added. The assessment this time was only targeted at those who were below the noble plane. If a noble wanted to enter Starry School, there would be a separate assessment instead of a combined assessment like this. The applicants this time were almost all in the Arcana plane, which was also the most common level of Starry School disciples. Then a group of people walked out one after another. When there were 9 of them, the rest backed off and did not contest. The 18 people stood opposite each other in pairs. The applicants were all somewhat anxious, while the Starry School disciples all had a faint smile on their faces. One of them said, "Be careful. We will not show any mercy." "Begin," the elder announced. Immediately, many brilliant beams of light bloomed on the battle platform. Before the battle started, none of the participants knew their opponents, whether they were sorcerers or martial arts cultivators, or perhaps skilled in both. At this instant, many life spirits and dharma erupted. Spiritual chi raged in the air and spells swept across. However, one of the applicants only stood at his spot, looking coldly at the battling crowd before him. Humph! Noticing the scene, the Starry School disciple who spoke earlier smiled and suddenly moved, charging towards the motionless applicant like a bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing and created many afterimages. The Starry School disciple waved his palm. Immediately, a wind elemental spell was formed and a ring-shaped storm swept towards the applicant like a chain. Such a perfect combination of wind elemental and wood elemental spells. He's so skilled, many people complimented. Futian also looked at the Starry School disciple, who could cast 2 spells simultaneously and achieve such an effect. Indeed, Starry School disciples were all talented and had their own strengths. Realizing that the applicant was still standing motionlessly there, the Starry School disciple said, "Why are you still not attacking? Do you want to die?" The sharp storm circling around the applicants was releasing an ear-piercing noise who seemed to be able to cut space apart. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and the 2 spells gathered towards his opponent with a shocking power. Many people frowned. Attacks from upper arcana plane cultivators were all very powerful. The space around him seemed to be filled with an appalling storm which could crush everything there. However, the applicant was still not doing anything. Suddenly, everyone saw the person move. An extremely dazzling golden radiance bloomed from his body, as if he was covered with a divine golden armor. Moreover, the armor actually seemed to be flowing on his body. He stepped out, ignoring the terrifying storm. The storm swept towards him and tried to cut his body apart, but no sound was produced. Instead, the spell slowly merged with his body and then froze, dissipating into nothingness. The wood elemental spell also ended up with the same outcome. The person walked out directly from the attack. On his golden armor, a silvery light was also faintly visible. He put his palm in front of him, after which his arm actually started extending. Covered in golden and silvery light, his arm grabbed towards his opponent. A spell fused with the elements of metal and water? The expression of the Starry School disciple changed. The 2 different elements actually merged together. He stepped back with the wind, and his body ascended into the air. However, suddenly, a freezing aura erupted and ice will engulfed the space. Soon, his body was covered in silvery frost, as if he was going to turn into a silver statue. Apart from that, 2 liquids of different colors flowed towards him from the sky like water. The Starry School disciples still wanted to struggle but were wound by the spells directly. He turned into a real statue, not being able to move at all. Air. Looking at the scene, everyone's expression changed. In the first battle, such an outstanding person already appeared and easily defeated a Starry School disciple. The battle was so astonishing that nobody even paid attention to the other fights. Every year during the assessment of the top 3 schools, many powerful people would appear. It seemed like this was indeed the case. The first round of battle ended and only this person managed to defeat his opponent easily. He was from an ancient clan very far away and had a unique talent. He had come to Divine Sky City to cultivate. In the first round, he was admitted into the college directly as an official disciple. As for the rest, 2 people went onto the waiting list and 6 were eliminated. It was indeed very cruel. The second round of battle then followed and it was still the same 9 Starry School disciples just now. The person who lost in the previous round seemed to be furious and defeated his opponent directly with a powerful attack. The applicant who was defeated by him felt somewhat speechless. In the second round, only 1 person went onto the waiting list and the rest were eliminated. They were all easily defeated by their opponents from Starry School. At this point, everyone realized that applicants who were defeated immediately by Starry School disciples would be eliminated. Those who won would be admitted directly, while those who would persist for a while would enter the waiting list. In the combat assessment, Futian also saw Jiang Nan participate. As a Starry School disciple in charge of assessing the applicants, he was quite strong. In the midst of the battle, he even gave Futian a mocking smile. Clearly Jiang Nan despised Futian. Time passed by slowly. After all the upper arcana plane cultivators finished, it was the round for middle arcana plane cultivators. Futian saw Wang Yuro participate as well. At the moment, she had already entered the 4th level of the arcana plane. However, unfortunately, she lost badly to a Starry School disciple. Her combat abilities were still significantly weaker than the Starry School disciples and she was eliminated. Wang Yuqing seemed to be somewhat disappointed, but it was within her expectation anyway. She was not very hopeful for it and only wanted her sister to try. In the future, Wang Yuro could still stay in Divine Sky City to cultivate, which would broaden her horizons. She would be better off here than in Yunhua City, as long as she did not go onto a self-degrading path like Futian. Chapter 449. The battles continued until the night. The battles continued until the night. The combat assessment would not pause because it was already nighttime. Instead, it would continue until it was over. Various spells appeared the darkness. The battles in the arena could still be clearly seen as waves of cultivators entered one after another. Outside Starry School, there was similarly only a very small portion of people who left. They were still watching the assessment in order to see how many outstanding talents Starry School would accept this time. Linger, it's all your fault. Futian complained in desperation. Long Linger blinked her eyes. Smiling, she said, "Why? The battles are so interesting." At the moment, the battles were between lower arcana plane cultivators. I forgot to ask before I came. The combat assessment actually also takes so long. Futian was speechless as if he had made a mistake. Long Linger had just entered the Dharma plane and would be one of the last few to be assessed. How miserable this is. I think it's really fun. Long Linger smiled with her head slanted. Although she also felt that the assessment was very boring, she would certainly not admit it. Futian rolled his eyes. The battle continued from day into the night, and then into the day again. The people present were all cultivators and could survive not sleeping for one day. In fact, whenever they cultivated, it would take at least a few days. The passion of the crowd also slowly faded with time. Finally, in the evening on the second day, it was the turn for low-level Dharma plane cultivators. There were only very little people at such levels who came for the assessment. When it was Long Linger's turn, Starry School actually did not have any disciples that matched her level. Usually, people who could enter Starry School were at least in the Dharma plane. However, even the first-level Dharma plane cultivators who had entered Starry School in the previous year had already broken through. Therefore, Starry School did not have anyone at this level. Consequently, everyone in this level was put on the waiting list directly. So everything started all over again. The people on the waiting list would fight against each other to decide the person who would be promoted. Of course, if the 2 people were both outstanding enough, they could be promoted together. If they were both too bad, they might also be eliminated together. Futian felt like he had to punch someone. Longlinger turned around and looked at Yi Futian, smiling trembly. There was nothing Yi Futian could do. Hence, he waited for another day. Nevertheless, on this day, there were similarly many talented people who appeared. Finally, it was Longlinger turn again. The assessment of Starry School was coming to an end. Those people in the first level of the Dharma plane can come up together, an elder announced. Immediately, Longlinger turned her head and grinned, after which she jumped onto the battle platform. Among the crowd, there was also an extraordinary teenager in a gold shirt who attracted much attention. At once, everyone seemed to be alerted as they stared at two figures on the battle platform. They were the Dragon Girl from West Mountain Dragon Clan and the young Rock from Jean Clan. They had already attracted much attention before the assessment even began, as they were the young geniuses from two major clans. Today, they would be displaying their talents in front of everyone for the first time. There were only 8 people in this level who came for the assessment. Moreover, they were all very young, as older cultivators who were still in this level would have been eliminated in the first round. Longlinger and Jean Fei from Jean Clan still managed to stand out among the group. They were way too young. Although Jean Fei was very young, his eyes seemed to be filled with an arrogance which did not fit his age. Glancing at the crowd as if he was very mature, he said with a young voice, "You can fight me together." On the viewing platform in Starry School, Jin Yunxiao smiled. He wanted to see how the Dragon Girl from the Dragon Clan would be embarrassed. Arrogant, Longlinger said, looking at Jean Fei. With superior power, of course I am arrogant. You're Longlinger, right? I suggest you go back and practice more. Starry School is not suitable for a spoiled princess like you, Jean Fei said coldly. Longlinger stared angrily at Jean Fei. You. Longlinger pointed her finger at Jean Fei. However, Jean Fei suddenly ascended into the air and summoned his Dharma. A dazzling rock appeared in the sky, releasing its brilliant radiance outwards. Showered in golden light, Jean Fei looked all-powerful, as if he was a young rock himself. I shall not waste more time. Since you don't want to attack, I'll defeat all of you one by one. Just after Jean Fei finished speaking, an eye-catching radiance erupted from his back. Then, many illusory rocks flew out towards the few people on the battle platform. The few young applicants all released their life spirits and Dharma. However, under the illusory rocks, they were all having a hard time blocking the attack. Just then, Jean Fei flashed out with an astonishing speed, as if he was a rock. He swept his wings and one of the applicants flew outwards. Without stopping, he blinked a few times with an incredible speed. Accompanied by continuous crashing sounds, the other applicants who were at the same level as him were completely no match for him, and fell down one after another. They all looked desperately at the genius who was significantly younger than themselves. It was really unfortunate to be in the same group as Jean Fei. They were doomed to be eliminated. Jean Fei then looked at Longlinger. Smiling, he said, "Sister Long, if you leave yourself, I wouldn't hit you." Longlinger was furious. Her Guqin spirit appeared and she stoked on the strings. However, at the instant she started playing, Jean Fei also moved out like a golden bolt of lightning. A sharp sword appeared in his hand and he struck towards the Guqin spirit directly. Longlinger expression changed slightly and she withdrew her Guqin spirit. Then, a dragon howl erupted and a terrifying ice dragon spirit appeared. Longlinger had twin spirits. Because of Jean Fei's speed, she did not have a way to play the music to resonate with the dragon. Longlinger raised her little fist and jumped into the air, punching towards her opponent in mid-air. Jean Fei's fist collided with hers and he was actually blown backward. In addition, his arm was covered in a layer of frost. Clearly, although Longlinger was small in size, her strength was not weak at all. "Sister Long, your strength is not bad." "I'll be serious now," Jean Fei said, smiling. His body turned into a golden bolt of lightning which circled around Longlinger. Then he suddenly attacked. The two collided with each other continuously. Although they were both only 14, the battle between them looked very intense, as if it was going to shatter the earth. Many people were astounded by this. In the future, both of them would certainly become important figures. However, in this battle, Longlinger was probably going to lose. The biggest advantage a Dragon Master could have was to fight with her dragon. Yi Futian also felt that things were not looking good for Long Linger. Indeed, after a while, Long Linger was hit by Jin Fei. She was blown backward and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Sister Long, I'm only using half of my powers. Why are you already losing? Jin Fei floated in the air right above Long Linger. Long Linger stared at him angrily. Many people also looked at Jin Fei, who was obviously teasing Long Linger on purpose. However, owing to the resentment between the two families, they did not feel weird about it. You can stop now. Both of you have performed well, an elder from Starry School said. Indeed, they're both fine. In this battle, Jin Fei challenged everyone and easily defeated them, so he clearly can enter the college to cultivate. Although Long Linger didn't perform too badly, she has yet to prove herself, another person said. Right after that, many people froze and stared at the elder, who spoke in bewilderment. In fact, even though Long Linger had lost, nobody thought too much. With her power, Long Linger could undoubtedly enter Starry School. However, at the moment someone was using this as an excuse to attack Long Linger. Did she not prove herself? This also seemed reasonable. At the start of the battle, Jin Fei already eliminated everyone else. Long Linger, being young, would clearly not think that Jin Fei's action was targeted at her. What do you mean? She's 14 in the Dharma plane, and is a dragon master. Is that not enough for her to join Starry School? A cultivator from Dragon Clan questioned the elder. Her talents are indeed outstanding enough, but she still seems to lack practice. On the battlefield, she did not win anyone, and was instead defeated by a person of the same level. With such a record, should we not discuss it? The person added, as if he was trying to prevent Long Linger from entering Starry School. Although his actions seemed to be meaningless, Jin Clan, which had some resentment with Dragon Clan, would do anything that would embarrass Dragon Clan. Even if they might not be able to stop her in the end, it was still good to humiliate the Dragon Clan. Therefore, for the first time in Starry School, there was an argument about whether a person could join the college. Clearly, it was a game between the people from the Dragon Clan and those from Jin Clan. Looking at the scene, Long Linger's expression changed. She did not expect this to happen. Even if she could enter Starry School eventually, the situation was still very awkward and shameful for her. Other people would claim that Long Linger almost did not manage to join Starry School, and only did so because of her family. I'm not joining anymore, Long Linger said. She glanced at the crowd, after which she turned around and left. She had never suffered such a humiliating situation before. Look, she's indeed spoiled, someone satirized. In this case, there is indeed no need to let her join the college. She can't even take a bit of setback, another person added. More and more people started questioning, causing the audience to be completely flabbergasted. Clearly, nobody had expected such a situation to occur. Yi Futian frowned and his face darkened. He did not feel much about Long Linger losing to Jin Fei, as it was normal to lose. Although Jin Fei was somewhat arrogant, he still managed to win. However, Yi Futian was really unhappy about the attitude of Starry School. So many people were bullying a young girl. Even if the two clans were having a conflict, Jin Clan did not have to vent their anger at Long Linger, a 14-year-old girl. Moreover, Starry School also did not say anything. Long Linger walked down from the arena and looked at Yi Futian, her eyes filled with sadness and even some redness. She had invited Yi Futian her to watch her battle, not to watch her get embarrassed. Brother Futian. Long Linger lowered her head and her voice was very low, revealing how depressed she was. Silly girl. It's only a small matter. Forget about it, Yi Futian said softly. Yup. Let's go. Long Linger only wanted to leave this place. Her parents had asked her to join Starry School to cultivate. Although she did not want it, she still worked hard. She never expected such a situation to happen. Her parents did not come here. What would they think of her? Turning around, her eyes were already filled with some tears, but she did not want to cry aloud. She had to be strong. Linger, before we leave, we have to settle some stuff, Yi Futian softly. Then he took a step forward and said, all of you are seniors. Don't you feel ashamed of yourselves by bullying a little girl like this? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.